All right, good morning, everybody. We are continuing on with Scroll of Taiwu. I don't know how many more times I'm going to get to say that because the end is nigh. We had 3 mini-bosses, let's call them, yesterday that were a little bit of a surprise to me. I was not expecting that, so that slowed us down a little bit. I said this before, but I'm kind of expecting that either today or maybe next time we'll have our finale here. So we're going to try to get into this relatively quickly. Good morning, Shinosuke. Good morning, Raw. Let me know when you guys hear me here. I thought about things that we need to do, and we have a couple tasks that I want to do before we return to the village, just in case at some point we kind of get put on rails. We were having problems with our inventory last time, and I was throwing away everything that was below like tier 3. Let's go and let's see if we can't sell some of that to the apothecaries and see if we can fix that. Hey, good morning, guys. How is the sound quality today? I don't know. Yesterday I had a mic bump at some point, and I noticed, I was like, oh, that's funny, my light flickered. So I think my USB cable just like jostled funny, and then my entire evening stream was thrown off, and then I fiddled with it for like 3 hours last night to try to get it fixed. So I think I'm basically back to normal. Do I sound normal? At least as normal as Babel sounds. I hate working with audio on a computer. Is like you have to build a house of cards on a dinner tray, and you have to carry the tray around while you're using it without dropping the cards. There's just so many things that can go wrong. I was very stressed about it. Okay, I also got a warning about health. What's going on with the health warnings? I'm very poisoned. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, we'll do those. Mom was also poisoned, and I think she's just dying. Yiping also needs a detox. And where's our other buddy? You. How did you not get poisoned? Everyone else in my party did. All right. Hopefully that's all right there. Clear as always. Compared to last time. Volume is good in yours. Clear to me as always, but compared to last time it's better. Okay. Yeah, last time it was like, I don't know. I have like it's called clip guard, and it was acting like it was like forcing itself to be in a lower gain state or something, even though I had nothing on. I think it caused like my VSTs to crash or something because I couldn't get them open on stream, which I should be able to open that screen. I guess while I'm streaming, can I open that screen? Yeah, I can totally open that screen. So yeah, I definitely had a software like freak out when that happened. I hate working with audio. That's all I have to say about that. Okay, let's head to White Deer Marsh. 26 energy. Oh boy, that's gonna roll the month. Are we on a timer? Not to my knowledge. Okay, let's run over there. I wanna try to shop any good meds that we can see before we go to the next little bit. And then the second thing I want to do, somebody mentioned that we probably should do a new breakthrough for our juke. It's a really old breakthrough, and we probably could do better. And then we need to audit all of our abilities and see what mechanisms we want to put into them. If you want to talk audio stuff, we can definitely talk when I'm off stream via Discord, Shinosuke. I'm not good at it, but I can at least put you on the right road for some of that stuff. I do most of my stuff through my Elgato software. Okay, people are waiting to be reburned. Oh, Noah's... Okay, hang on. Noah's here. All right. I wasn't going to do too much of this, but for him, we'll do it. He was such a good companion the whole way through. All right, you get the good one, buddy. Where are you at? Noah. Hey, it said he was at the reincarnation. He's not here. Oh, is it you? Oh, look at him when he was young. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that must be him. All right, there you go, buddy. You get the good ending. And everyone else, well, I hope you drew a good straw. I don't know what else to tell you here. Time for a martial arts audit and then the quarterly performance review of the vertical integration synergy. Dude, part of it is Windows sound environment is just so terrible. Absolutely so terrible. It's split across like 100 different screens and there's all kinds of hidden screens. It's absolutely garbage. Absolutely garbage. And then I just walked somewhere weirdly. Okay, let's do a health check because we just came out of being like super poisoned and everything. Is everyone cool? Okay, everyone is cool. World. Okay, we're where I want to be. So we need to go to... Oh, wait, was it White Deer? No, this is not where I want to be. Or is it? I don't remember. Hold on. Let's, we'll use our teleport. I want to go talk to the guild. Yeah, they're not here. They're over here. Went one too far. Missed my turn. There we are. All right, we're going to trade off some of that high-end gear, hopefully, for a little bit more apothecary goodies. All right, Granny. So I want to gift you equipment that I'm not using. All right, I'm never going to use a Sky Slasher sword. Okay, we have a headpiece. I may use that. I would not use that. Okay, let's start there. What do you got? Do you have something that I actually want? I just want to look at meds to start with. Ultra Restoration Pill is just an antitoxin. I'm not expecting poison. 12% physical defense. Okay. 12% force. Okay, I'll take that. And then down here at tier 2, injuries, poison, another 12% defense, 12% parry. Okay, give me the parry one. Man, I'm not loving your selection, Granny. These are not the things I need. Resistance and force. This is really not what I was hoping to find here. Okay, mind resistance boost, 50%. Okay, give me one, yeah, sure, just give them to me. We can afford it. I need a good wound resistance. I don't think we have anything, I don't think we have a high one. Or if we do, we have just the one. So if we use it up, we're done. Okay, these also have really good, you know what, since I'm here. These ones have 120% resist. We'll take those. I'm not thinking that we're gonna have poison here, but if we do, I'm gonna be very happy that I have it. Okay, do we have, I think we made breathing pills. I think we made cast speed pills. Movement speed, I'm not sure. Okay, I think that's what we got. Double, you're crafting special gifts to brother. No, this is just random stuff we picked up. Do I use a mod on the game, says Turtle? Nope, this is 100% vanilla. I started the playthrough right when it came out, and they were just patching so much, and I was just so leery about adding a mod that might corrupt my save or brick it, that it's 100% vanilla. I know people have told me there's a good save mod that would fix my save complaint, but I haven't touched anything. Yeah, Dune never really, he gifted a couple pieces of food, but not much. Not much. Okay, confirm trade, yep. Thank you, Granny. I hope to see you again. Okay, let's, I want to do the breakthrough with Woozy, but I'm concerned that it's gonna trigger the events. How long is it gonna take me to travel there? $21 energy. All right, well, let's roll the month before we travel, so I come into the map with more energy. I'm gonna be a little sad if I get pulled in right away and I can't do my final preps. Or at least what I think I'm gonna do final preps. I don't know, last time people were telling me that we had 2 streams worth, and I don't know. I'm not sure what else there would be to do unless it's just a lot of reading, which it definitely could be. Okay, take me home, sweet Taiwu village. I'm very happy with how those other 3 fights went. 2 of them were very sweat-inducing, but we got through them at least. Okay, we didn't instantly have things pop off, although I see... What is this? Why are you there, Woozy? Please don't trigger the event. Oh, I mean on that square. Okay, perfect. Okay, Woozy. Actually, hold on, Woozy. Hold that thought. All right, I want to look at breaking through our juke. We want to get a really nice juke breakthrough. Okay, so we could do current power or power cap. I don't really want to do deviation stuff. Right now it's at 321%. Oh, hang on a second. If I take these people out, we may not have more of these people. Current power plus 10% times 2. Okay, so we have redone this semi-recently at least. Okay, let's... Actually, I guess I could review it here. If I click on you, and we go to this... Yeah, I don't have anybody to replace that. Okay, never mind. We're not going to do that then. I should have had some more high-tier sword people relationships so that we could have redone that. 86 is one of my best breakthroughs. It's probably peanuts, but... I moved via... If it's the one tile I moved, Shinosuke, it's because I did it via keyboard, maybe. I just bumped it. Okay. I guess we're not going to do that portion. But I do want to look at everything we have equipped. Unfortunately, this counts other presets. I guess that's okay. Let's just do a bit of a mechanism review. All right, we've got XP mechanisms in abundance. I can guarantee you we don't need to lower the requirements. Yeah, we definitely don't need to lower the requirements. What should we add? What should we add? This isn't a big one, so this should just get something. Wound resistance 21%. What are we getting our wounds currently from? Greater Jade Helio. Okay, let's back out of here. Greater Jade Helio. Has nothing in it. Okay, this is a prime example of something we would want to upgrade. So this is where we're getting our wound resistance, which is 643. If we just add these guys right here, easy peasy. Yeah, do it. 643. Is that the same number? Is that the same number? I thought... Wound resilience, and we're definitely getting it from... Oh, this is lesser Jade. Shoot. Okay, no, not you. Greater Jade Helio. I forgot, that doesn't necessarily have to be an equipped one. Okay, that is going to be a Chi Art. I'm glad I moused over that before I did all of them. Where are you at? Jade Pool, Maiden Prime. Okay, is it not a... Okay, Oh, because I have equipped? No. What is going on here? Greater Jade Helio. Show me by tier. This should be a higher tier. Oh my gosh. Heaven's Forge, Boundless Might. I did do one Shinosuke, but I have had changes since. I want to just ensure. Greater Jade Helio. Here we go. My goodness, you are a pain in my butt. Yeah, see, we have better things to go in here. I am willing to upgrade that. Man, I'm glad I didn't click all 3 of those, or all 4 of those. I would have felt really stupid. This is only a wound or a health restore thing, so I'm not too sussed about spending it. There we go. 653. Having good wound resistance is pretty dang nice. Once you start taking wounds, they pile up pretty quick. So anything I can do to raise that. 667. Whew, dodged a bullet there. Okay, good. All right, that was incredibly painful. Now, back to equipped. All right, Heaven's Forge, what do we have? If it's just XP, I'm very suspicious. Do I need just XP here? You're giving generic stats. The higher our attainment in those things, the more power. Right, and we get the Mystic Armament. We don't have enough Constitution, and we don't have enough Constitution by a lot. Okay, I think this one gets to stay with whatever it's using. Okay, Leaf Rush. Okay, this is my movement skill. Get a little bit more movement speed out of it, maybe. It's not giving me any defense. So we can put whatever we want in here. I guess the question comes, what do we want? Like, what stats would be most useful? We do have a footwork person. We could add sway. That doesn't help me. Okay. Meds, resistances, we're not getting it from here. Dexterity would be okay. Force would be okay. Oh, you know what? Let's... Oh no, but if I go to the village, am I gonna trigger the event? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna zip over here. I want to be able to access my vault without triggering a possible event. Alright, let me run over there. Please check the usage requirement on Juke, and we can do that. We'll get there when we get there. Okay, review you. I want to be here because when I'm adding these, I want to make sure that we can go to private vault. That's where all the stuff's at. All right, we could add, let's do this by tier. Weird you can't tier this. I'll do it by value. All right, footwork art cost minus 9%. What are we probably gonna run? This one's movement speed. I don't think this one's the one that's probably gonna run, and this one's pretty cheap. What else do we have here? Cost, decay, stamina cost. I wish we had some higher. Okay, there's one up here. It's a tier 2. Okay, this one I think gets a stamina cost. It's not the best thing ever, but if I need this, I need it to stay on more than I need anything else. So we'll do a second stamina one here. And we can do better than that. Kick is the only one that has cost. Yeah, I don't think I need it there either. Okay. A little bit less stamina use if we're using this one. Okay, gold bell. Okay, we put some good stuff in here. Power cap plus 30. Oop, that was not what I meant to do. Okay, I think this is as good as we're probably getting here. Look at that. You say, okay, we do have another 86. Nice. Chi culmination. I am going to go into the fight, I think, with this. This is my true chi drainer, just in case we have a thing that kicks off there. This does sway defense, and we already optimized that recently. Steel sacrifice. Stance recovery, cast speed. Does some physical pen and physical defense. Okay, we have usage requirements. Which is being used. Okay. Mix up footwork and kits. Yeah, no problem. Okay, celestial armor. We are not currently equipping that. Bell just does what this does, which is basically just the defense. Yeah, and we're not going to be higher tiers than blah, 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 so that's not happening. You know what? Let me out of here for a second. Let me go to martial loadout. All right, we are using martial loadout 2. I'm going to go to 1, and I'm going to delete it. I just want to get some of the equipped stuff off. No, breakthrough. Because we're seeing stuff in there that I obviously don't have equipped. Oh, and apparently I started doing this halfway down. All right, back to the top. Jade Cicada. A perfect breakthrough, if I say so myself. What could we put in here? We get breath control is pretty nice, and otherwise offensive stats. People. We could do some more power cap and some sway. I don't really care about that. Drugs, wound resistant type stuff, but I don't believe that we are going to get any more there. Other defensive stats. Nothing from reagents. I don't think I care about any of those. Okay, yikes. Something from here. Just some extra parry. Let's actually do this by. Yeah, I gotta be careful what I use here, though. Because some of this stuff I actually want to use. Okay, I highly doubt I'm gonna use that one. We can just get some extra dodge. Sure. All right, what else? Some extra precision. Remember, you took travel bad too. What do you mean by that? Okay, and apparently this is just going to get a bunch of precision. That'd be fine, I suppose. Chi defense. You know what? Sure, I'm not going to use that in the fight. I'm basically just shoring up any stats we can with whatever. Chi zenith. Very, very powerful. Lots of stats out of this. Oh, look at my travel bag as well. I gotcha. Okay, we've already done that one. A lot of the stuff I just bought, though, is stuff I want to be able to actually eat. So I got to be careful I don't put it in here so we have nothing left. Okay, 7-star chain. When the user has 7 or more styles, all actively cast Annihilation Arts cost 50% less stance and have increased cast progress. The more stance you save, the more progress you get. Okay, great ability. We are very much below the stats. Okay, so you actually, ironically enough, probably just get usage requirement reduction. That's going to up the stats I'm getting from this probably more than anything else. Okay, look. Come here. Oh, have we? Oh, we just did a rapid fire breakthrough and I didn't get the mechanisms. Okay, we will redo that one. That is one I will do. Do we use up our woozy on this? I don't think we do. What would we use it on then? Boundless Might. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna back out of that. I'm gonna delete what's now number 2 also. This is my sway defense. I don't think we're gonna need that, he says confidently. All right, this should be the main one. I don't want to break through and put stuff in things that we're not actually going to be using. Okay, that makes more sense. Change the preset to redo? Yeah, we could. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to use Woozy on this. And we'll try to get a good breakthrough here. It's, again, just a lot of stats that we could get. All right. Hold on, world. I'll save you soon. I promise. I promise, world. Woozy. Actually, sorry, Woozy. Hold that thought again. 89% success rate. I think I'm still just going to take the success rate. Seek enlightenment, seek enlightenment. Hear the council. This is good. All right, I can only use him once per month, so we've used what we're going to get there. Now let's do the breakthrough. And yeah, we could just pop over here. Okay, so we want the Orthodox. Yeah, we want the Orthodox for this. Oh man, and apparently we don't have that many choices, so nope. Okay, so this is what it has to be. I don't have a choice. Here intent, 50% more power cap. Okay. And we never cast you. I don't think this matters, but just in case, we'll do that. All I want out of this is I want the mechanisms added, and then we'll get anything else as a bonus. Okay, we have an ingenuity here, so we come in this way, and then we ingenuity somewhere up there. We should have an easy time of this. He says as he fails an 89%. Okay, one mechanism and the... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We failed the ingenuity. Oh man, that sucks. You've gotta be kidding me. Sometimes, man. Sometimes. Okay, does this one matter now, though? Yeah, I guess that's technically closer. Node's connection rate decreases by 60% for each connected adjacent breakthrough node. Node's connection is increased by +1. Okay, we'll take you and then fail. Perfect. Perfect. Woozy, you're failing me, my man. 99% chance that it'll succeed my butt. Okay, and we are getting to the point where I better just grab it. Okay, we could grab the lunacy. Yeah, we'll just take that for the power. Yep. 2 away. I'm not chancing it. Nope, I'm not chancing it. We're gonna take that and run. Okay, so this does generic stats. So I guess just generically whatever is good in it. What are your usage like? We're at 109%. Oh man, we are greatly below. Okay, this just needs the big XP things. Yeah, 116, so that was a 7-point increase in it. We met some requirements. Always wrap around the end node. I mean, I try to get as many points as I can, that's for sure. Okay, 86 is where we ended up. For something I didn't try to push that hard, that's not bad. And look at that, we met more requirements. Let's not say most. All right, Heaven Forge is using minus requirements. Do you need to be using that? Yes, actually. Okay. Plummet of Fireballs. We are meeting requirements pretty decently. Okay, free stats. Free stats. Okay, so whatever we want, we can take here. All right, we have 2 people, which would give sway. Why is it the only people I know at the moment have sway? Dang it. Books could actually go in here. We're at the point where I don't care about books anymore. Minus cast time. Not here, but we may use that. On like a defensive art, for example, that might matter. On an offensive art, that might matter. Okay, here we go. Just a bunch of extras. Okay, that's not a good one for this one, though. So this art is adding force. Basically just force. So if we were going to put something in here... Oh, they all do all of them. I see. Okay. Then maybe this would be good here. 10% more force is 300. And we are meeting the Rex. Okay, I'm in. Okay, so we're at 2,925. $3,399. Yes, please. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, this one's only a 9% upgrade. If we need this, we're gonna be very happy that it adds a lot of stats. If we don't need it, well, then that means the fight's going very well, so. Yeah. There we go. $4,210 force. Very nice. Okay, Samahadra. You are, whenever we start casting the art, the enemy's protection is canceled. And you are generic offensive and defensive stats. All right, so you can just be whatever, and it looks like you've already got stuff. That's fine. Rush, we did. Steel, we did. Culmination, we did. Bell, we did. All right, Thunderous Juke. Yeah, we're not gonna beat 2 10%ers in that. Okay, Lesser Jade. All right, this is not actually useful. Let's change that. So you actually don't give a whole lot. I think I'm just fine. We'll just take the power cap on that. All right, you. Okay, we know we're not gonna actually get the slot. Add some extra power cap. Cheat art efficiency. Look at the food I have on me. Some extra strength. Okay, you know what? Some cheat art efficiency, sure. Not a stat we really have a ton. Well, do we have any breath? No, basically. All right, it's fine. I'm not going to use this liquor, so we'll drop that in there. Okay, Spiritual Awakening. Already done. Forged Trial. Already done. Okay, long setting its tail. Not done. And this is one that we might... This is like a luxury grab, but if we sit in here, we're pretty happy. It gives movement speed. And it is it's a movement one. Stamina cost minus 20%. Footwork art cost. Decay, we could make it less. I'm not too sussed about the cost, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I think a stamina. Yeah, I think I would just prefer to be able to just stay in this longer. No long pun intended. All right, now these ones we gotta watch out for. Okay, we have a usage requirement lowering one in here. But do I keep trying to open that to look. Do I need it? No, I don't. Okay, so that could be something different. This is an offensive skill. Cast time? I think cast time. Do I care about this one or do I care about Helio? I care about Helio more. Let's do Helio first. Okay, Helio already has stuff in it. Okay. So you may have the cast speed reduction. And this will be a higher tier book, so we'll get a little more power out of it too. All right, yeah, that's not bad. Don't think decay is the best for this. Yeah, I don't think decay matters too much for most of what I do. Okay, man, this is an oldie. Lowering usage requirements, but do I need it? Actually, we could use root bone. Everything else is making it though. Yeah, we don't need that. We can swap this to something different. Okay, resistance and counter power, no. This one is our extra attacks. When defending with this martial art, each time the user successfully counters the enemy attack, the user gains a buff that increases foot steadiness. Now, this one doesn't get used much anymore because we tend to sit in Golden Bell. Yeah, this one doesn't matter that much. All right, let's just upgrade its... We'll just do that. The chances I'm gonna sit in that are like 0. We're just gonna cast Golden Bell. Stance of Harmony. Already has the goods. Universal stance. All right. I don't think I need to think too hard about these. We'll just upgrade them. Toad kick. Okay, toad kick I do want to think about. Okay, chant of abundance, another one I don't need to think about too hard. I mean, free stats is free stats. Well, I want a tier 3, but it doesn't need to be that. What can we stick in here? I don't care about those. Okay, yeah, there's some stats, sure. Chi defense. Yes. And... some extra dexterity, daze resistance. Okay, and one more. I'm basically just taking whatever stats I can find on something I'm willing to use. Chance of abundance needs materials. Do you think so? Power cap +1. I don't know how many of these I'm actually hitting power caps on though. Let me go look on Golden Bell. Yeah, see, I'm not hitting power cap on that. On Juke, I'm not hitting power cap on it. The cap's not going to matter in this case. Last mound today, we already beat the last mound 32, and we beat the 3 mini bosses thereafter. I think we're heading to Zongshu, but people keep telling me it's going to take me a while. Although this prep work is definitely not quick. All right, I'm going to continue with some stats on here. I just don't think that power cap's going to matter here. We're just not maxing things out. Sure. Yeah, you got to move quick around here, 32. Okay, Toad Kick and Yin Yang do matter. Toad Kick, what do you got? Some movement speed and some extra foot steadiness. That was from some kind of food. I don't know if I have any more. Yeah, we're already down lower. Actually, I don't think I have an upgrade for that, unfortunately. Guess you'll go cry some more. We tried that, Shinosuke. I tried adding a slot and it didn't give me one. People said, no, you're maxed out at 10. Like, we have, I don't remember what skill it was on, but I tried to add an acumen slot and it didn't give me one. And I was very confused because I didn't think there was a cap. Okay, Yin Yang. All right, we do use Yin Yang a lot. We only have one spot. I almost certainly don't need requirements on that, right? We do. That's funny. We are maxed out on the power of this one, at least. We've replaced. Okay, maximum. Movement speed. Wait a minute. Immortal Jade Liquor. How come you didn't show up on the other one? On Toad Kick. Hang on. Food. Value. I'm not allowed to use that kind of liquor. It's weird. Okay. I would replace that if that showed up there. Oh, I think I'm already maxed out on slots. Maybe not. But there's not much else I would equip active-wise. It would be acumen that I would want more of, really. Okay, you. What do we have? What's the best thing we have left? From the private vault. Physical defense and chi defense. You know what? I'm in. Okay. That was a long road coming. I think I'm happy enough with that. If we die, then we'll reevaluate. All right, I don't want to start this. Oh, a bamboo. Okay, I will do that. I don't want to start this while we don't have full energy. So we're going to roll a month before we do. All right, kid. Here you go, Phoenix. Get your reincarnation. All right, we take the hilt to the bamboo and the blackstone. We touch it to the bamboo. Golden silkworm spun and wove silken cocoon as golden light danced above the craft's shore. Right as the hilt funneling cocoon touched the purple bamboo, the black stone beneath instantly shattered into powder. Vaguely, Rue could see a purple-robed lady gently stroking the bamboo. Are you here? Are you perhaps the sage? As soon as the young girl, the bamboo incarnation, revealed her true form, she hipped and hopped into Taiwu Ru's side and scrutinized Taiwu Ru. Bewildered. No, that's not right. Where there is a sage, there's a fine liquor. Only by finding the fine liquor can one find the sage. It's kind of stinky here, so surely you are not the sage. After she finished, she merrily ran off into the distance. Kid, you shouldn't be drinking. Don't drink, kids. Okay. Let's roll the month. That saves my changes and gets us the extra energy. Okay, finally, It's Taiwu homecoming. After a very long save, apparently. Alright, return to Taiwu Village is the only hint we have. A mournful tune came from outside Taiwu Village, but there was no sight of instrument nor musician. No one knew where it came from or where it was heading. After hearing the tune, Rue felt a sense of bitterness wash over and lightly stroked the Fuyu hilt, letting out a deep sigh. Though the three fiends have fallen, Zongshu still lies concealed, and no one knows where he will strike again. What should I do now? Perhaps the Fuyu hilt came to understand the sorrow of Taiwu Rue. It actually responded in trembling, yet it was at this blink of thought that a vile chill struck at Taiwu Rue. A cave full of eerie dark stones and crimson ash revealed itself under Taiwu Rue, flabbergasted. Taiwu Rue's body fell. It looked as if they were going to be swallowed by the strange cave. At a critical moment, a pair of wooden claws suddenly extended from outside the cave, grabbing Rue and pulling them out of the cave. Quick, clear your mind and focus your will. As Rue lost all their strength and panicked, a strange yet familiar voice rang. Immortal Zhu? You've been so careless, child. Now that all sword mounts are no more and the fiends have risen, Zongshu too is no longer a caged prisoner. Every single spark of joy, anger, grief, and pleasure in your heart could render you under his vision, as clear as day and defenseless as a naked child. Zhu shouted powerfully, his voice stern and yet never lets go of his grip. I thought you can't live or die and you'll never be able to wake again. What's this dying and living nonsense? I'm an avatar of an immortal, so why should I be bound to the concepts of living and death? My body was injured previously, and so for a time I just felt lazy and fell to sleep. You sure did sleep for quite a long time, Immortal Master. Ha ha ha. Soon, if it wasn't for this sound sleep, I wouldn't have been able to recover and be reborn again. Immortal Zhu laughed heartily and stroked his under chin with his wooden claw, as if there was a beard there. But Taiwu Rue could see it clearly that the restored body of Immortal Zhu right now was actually patched up with jet black bamboo with great skill. Did the one who stole Mr. Immortal away patch him up with the jet black bamboo? What do you mean stolen and fixed? I'm the one with power. I came back to life. It's just I happen to have some jet black bamboo grown on me when I resurrected. It's nothing special. Zhu spoke vaguely, unwilling to reveal the origin of jet black bamboo. If you're unwilling to speak about it, then I won't ask. When the time is right, you will know. Stop pestering with such trivial matters. I returned here to help you reforge the Fuyu sword and vanquish Zongshu. Immortal Zhu said earnestly, his words carrying no hint of jest. Reforge the Fuyu sword? Good. Right now, despite the countless relics and expositions of Dharma in the world, the Fuyu sword is the sole key to vanquish Zongshu and stop the millennial calamity. If the Fuyu sword is not reforged, there will be no peace in the world, and the fiend shall never be vanquished. I fully concur with what you said, Immortal Master, but I do not know, how can we reforge the Fuyu sword? Without limbs, one cannot travel. Without a keen edge, a sword cannot show its might. How could it send a fiend to the underworld if it lacks the virtue to sharpen its edge? You're the master of the Fuyu sword. How would you not know what the Fuyu sword is lacking? A sword blade of the Fuyu sword. Haha, obvious. It was so obvious. Please enlighten me, mister. Stop jerking me around, man. Just tell me what to do. The time is now for you to know more about the past. Immortal Zhu nodded and stroked his beard before continuing. 1,000 years ago, beyond the Eastern Sea, there once lived an unrivaled divine sword that had once defeated and imprisoned Zongshu. Due to an unexpected awakening of its spirit, it flew into the mortal world of its own accord. Then, this divine sword passed from owner to owner throughout the land, gaining a myriad of enlightenment from its 10 masters. Eventually, it reincarnated as a human by chance and was reborn as a child. Yet, the heavens had never been benevolent, and the karma had never been sympathetic. Whoever ties the knot must untie it. Before the child, the reincarnation of Divine Sword, could grow up and fulfill its destiny, Zongshu coincidentally orchestrated to have the child return him to the mortal world. And so, the world trembled and the axiom shifted. The child returned in its true form as a divine sword and continued its fateful battle against Zongshu until Zongshu was imprisoned and the swords shattered and their spirits perished. Until Zongshu was extinguished and trapped. and until the divine sword broke into 2 halves. Then, the sword mound array was made at 8 locations to imprison the fiend, and the child's soul dispersed with no trace left, its fate unknown. So the sword mounds are not evil creations that bring calamity to the world, but instead a prison of Zhongshu? Indeed, the sword mound array was built to imprison Zhongshu, but whether the 8 sword mounds are evil themselves, I reckon that the question that only you can answer. I know only that the 8 sword mounds are all empathetic. With empathy comes obsession, and with empathy comes our inner fiend. This means they are all susceptible to the corruption of Zhongshu and may come under the sway of Zhongshu, yet feeling is not a matter of good or evil. I know what you want to ask. In short, you did nothing wrong. No matter what those 8 sword mounds were in the beginning, if they were not removed today, a great disaster would surely follow. Who built the sword array? And why are they inside the array, Immortal? I'm an avatar of an Immortal. I would certainly not be used as a pivot of the array and be sealed under a wild tomb. It's just that when this sword mound array was first established, something went wrong and I could only fill the gap. Anyways, in any case, I know nothing about it. Who could have guessed? That's right. I still wonder, is he actually the Immortal Zhu? Or is he somebody that, like, I mean, from the tutorial, we know that grandfather and him kind of like, they didn't know each other, but they knew of each other. Since the sword mound array is here, and Zhongshu's true form must be imprisoned here, right? Zhongshu's true form lies within the land of Blackstone. While the land of Blackstones is not far away from here, it is not in the sky nor above the ground under. It's certainly beyond Yin, Yang, and the 3 realms. It lies close here. It also exists far away from here. The Fuyu sword must be the divine sword Mr. Immortal spoke of. Across 10 lives, one man wrought 10 divine swords, each extraordinary, estranged with obsessions of their own, swore to see divine edges ever hone. If the Zhongshu remained, the mortal realm would be doomed. That's right, the sword is the first of the 10 swords, the Fuyu sword. Swore to divine edges ever home. If Zhongshu remained, the mortal realm would be doomed. But let us return to the matter at hand. Ever since the Fuyu sword was broken, the only thing that remained of the world was the hilt. The hilt has passed through the hands of many mortal owners over the centuries, yet the sword's blade was nowhere to be found, until 300 years later when the hilt arrived in the possession of its 7th owner. Passed through the hands of many mortals, the hilt arrived in the 7th owner. Could it be? Yes, you are right. The hilt's 7 owners, the predecessor, dies and successor comes forth, nameless and no self. They are Taiwu. Immortal Zhu pauses and casts an expressive glance at Ru, as if unsure how Taiwu Ru would view the word Taiwu. So is he saying that the person Taiwu is the reincarnation of the blade? But the 7th Taiwu, the Immortal continued, for some reason, the 7th Taiwu never passed the Fuyu hilt to others, but instead left a message. The sword lies within the fiend, and the fiend lies within the sword before passing away. Okay, so maybe Zhongshu has the sword blade? The sword lies within the fiend lies within the sword. What do you mean by that? I dare not make a hasty guess. However, as far as I could see the land of Blackstones, where Zhongshu was hiding, the sword blade of Fuyu sword is definitely somewhere in the Blackstone. Immortal Zhu raised his head with confidence. How did you manage to reach the land of Blackstone where Zhongshu is hiding? This, even through the land of Blackstone where Zhongshu is located, is a realm out of this world where no living or dead may enter. But ever since these many purple bamboo grew out of my body, I somehow could barely transverse to it and the realm of the power of the purple bamboo. Could the meaning of sword lies within the fiend? It's not yet certain. Thus, so Immortal Zhu hastily hesitated slightly, extending his wooden claws and stroking under his chin as if there was a beard there. I think I picked up that habit. If a beast cricket can become human, why can't we? Well, they said earlier that the blade had become a person. Yeah. That's why you, master of the Fuyu sword and the successor of Taiwu, must bring the Fuyu hilt to the land of Blackstones personally and validate it with your life. Ouch, be it then. You are just a weak little kid with no power at all, so let's call this off. I am about to attain true virtue and ascend to be immortal, so there's no reason for me to take on the sin of misleading mortals. When it comes, I shall accept it with grace. It's not me who waits for the seasons to come. It's always spring and autumn that await my presence. As fate would have it, the destiny cannot be denied. You, such a Taiwu you are, such a fate cannot be defied. Immortal Zhu paused, shook his head, and looked up in a daze. I, whether in life or death, have never been free from fame and profit. I never believed someone like you could exist in the world. My vision was too shallow indeed. Immortal Zhu then burst into laughter. If you have any wish, Mr. Immortal, please speak them. All right, I will now find a suitable location to perform a soul aggression method with the mysterious bamboo on my body, which will surely help you reach the land of Blackstones and retrieve the blade of the Fuyu sword. Immortal Zhu nodded, then divined the future with a single gesture and made a promise to Taiwu Ru. As Immortal Zhu has found a suitable location to perform the soul aggression method, he will signal to Taiwu Ru with fire. However, the soul aggression method requires both right time and right place. Therefore, if one misses the opportunity, then another place must be located for the spell. This is good. Wait for him to find the location. All right. Well, or could it be that like the sword broke off in Zongshu and it's like part of what was sealing him, or he corrupted it? That also could be an interpretation. Okay, so we need to spend some time. We're all stressed out. Let's go catch a cricket. Just to double check back in. For my lurkers that are here, how's the sound? I had a sound issue yesterday and I spent a long time teching it. I'm still very nervous. It's one of those things that like you start second guessing yourself because you've been down in the mire so long. It looks like I should be about normal. I hope I'm sounding normal as Babel can be. A sandy stallion to tier 1 champion and a flawless white supreme tier. All right, that's a good sign. That's a good sign that we're gonna win the battle. All right, I wanna go to a square where no one's gonna rob me and we're just gonna pass time. Sound is fine, says Hara. Okay, thank you. I'm so frustrated with that. There is nothing worse than having sound issues. They're so hard to tech. And especially when you have a froggy voice like mine, it's very hard to listen to it and find what's wrong and fix it. Okay, no special events. He did not find the other land. I really don't have anything else that we would want to do at the moment. Do I need to walk over there and talk to him, or is he moving around? Let's go see if I need to talk to him. No, I do not. Okay, safe square pastime. The game has been using a lot of concepts of yin and yang. I think the game has a story of two halves of the sword, kind of like how the Taoist and the snake, one person who was split. Well, also Z and burnt dust are a yin and yang thing. And it seems like they are very connected to Zongshu and the sword. All right, random lady wants to teach me a sword blade. Sure. And some people are getting married. Well, there's no time like now. The world is ending. May as well get married. Man, these saves have been getting longer and longer. I do think if I was going to do this again, I think I would just leave world population at normal. I haven't really cared too much for the extra pop we turned on. Then again, maybe I would miss it if they weren't there. 10 people coming to bother me. Okay, he's still not found. I wonder if it's like a certain season or something. I wish I would have known we had a wait thing here. I would have done that before we ran around to do our shopping. You want liquor to cure your depression? No, sorry, you're not mom. We're not giving away our liquor. No to you too. A lot of people got hit by black ash in your game. I haven't really noticed that many in mine. I don't know, maybe I just haven't noticed. Go to other land. Go to the encounter other land. Go to the encounter other land. Okay, there we are. Oh man, it has a 1 month cooldown? Yikes. Okay, well, we're gonna use the powers of teleportation. All right, and I will do this just so I don't have that glaring in my face. All right, nope, nobody's being accepted at the moment. Okay, other land. Only through intense focus will the path reveal itself. You had half a sect get black ash infected. Several of your villages are just children. Wow, that is brutal. Other land. Only through intense focus will the path reveal itself. Time 1 month. If you enter the other land, irreversible events will occur. Taiwu will face great peril with no way to turn back. You must think carefully, have no more attachment to the world, and have no doubt about your own strength before overcoming this crisis. Are you sure you wish to enter the other land? Hopefully that's a yes. Immortal transcendence. By borrowing the power of the black bamboo to perform the art of soul aggression, Immortal Zhu has already departed from the mortal realm. All that remains is a wooden shell sitting cross-legged, along with 16 characters written on the ground before them. Fuyu possesses a spirit, guarding essence and protecting the heart. Focus the mind and inner meditation. The guidance shall naturally arrive. Performing the art of soul aggression is fraught with peril. Both the favorable timing and advantageous terrain are indispensable. The slightest error will inevitably lead to the scattering of the soul and the eternal damnation. However, if the time and place are both perfect and aided by a divine artifact to guard the essence and the spirit provide guidance, the art becomes exceedingly easy to perform. Just focus, sit still, and let nature take its course. Holding the Fuyu hilt, sit in meditation on the spot. In the soul aggression illusion, all things are hazy. Life, death, fortune, and misfortune reside in a single heart. Continue east without hesitation. Who knows how long it has been since Immortal Zhu's voice suddenly sounded in Tairu's ear. Immortal Zhu, where are you? Ru opens their eyes and rises to look around, but sees only emptiness. There's no sign of Immortal Zhu at all. When Taiwu looks back, they discover they are still sitting quietly in place. It turns out, unnoticed, Ru has entered a state of soul aggression and arrived within the illusionary realm. Proceed east as instructed. Dun dun dun. Oh, we got a fight. Okay, a 16, it's a soul taker. Our true chi is just straight up better than they are. Okay, let me ask a minor thing here. Within this adventure, are we gonna have our final encounter? AKA, should I go ahead and pop all my buffs now? Or should I wait because we're gonna have a month go by? Because if we're gonna use our buffs and they're gonna last, 32 says, don't know, never got this far. I mean, I'm not overly concerned about these random people, but there's no point in not having my buffs up and running either. Repair our sword. That's not a bad idea. That would have been rather embarrassing if we broke our sword. How about instead of just repairing the sword, we repair everything? Good call. Okay, nobody has any feedback, so I'm not gonna buff because I'm concerned we're gonna use up our best stuff. We don't have much. We'll just take a straight fight. Okay, so looks like he's gonna move close enough. We're running our extra openings at the moment. Sure, let's pull back, get the golden bell turned on. All right, let's do it. Okay, we want to get in close enough that Golden Bell will proc, which we have. Oh, right, we have some poison. I forgot about that. Okay, reflecting a little bit. All right, he wants to keep backing away. He'll proc Halo Sword at some point. Minghong Ultimate Style. Blade Art's so powerful it defies the control of human hands. Continuously increase the unleashing progress of all the user's blades based on the martial arts power. Okay. He's just gonna hit hard. Let's go ahead. I will go ahead and mitigate that fully, or try to. And then back to Golden Bell. Okay, we have Thunderous Juke up. Oh, I don't have my hype squad. I do not have my hype squad. That's unfortunate. I highly doubt they're gonna suddenly show up either. All right, we need to make a loadout change. We need to put Soul Absorption on the off chance that there's a sway attack. Now, we are much better off than we were before. We're about 500 extra poise compared to where we started, but still, that frightens me greatly. Where'd they go, lazy? Yeah, don't you guys want to go to the land of hell with me? I thought we were ride and die, Mom. Mom, you have to give me a ride to fight Zongshu. That also means we don't get any speed buff. Definitely gonna be a sway attack. Dude, I don't know which episodes you've seen recently, but the trauma is real from the days. Every encounter that we went into that didn't involve that, we dominated. Every encounter we went into that had that, we died. So, yeah. All right. These are not pushovers. And of course he's using an actual blade here, it seems. Let's hold off for another juke, I think. Nope. And we'll do it after this. Yeah, that extra speed on that might be pretty valuable. Okay. Oh. What do you have that's making you not lose? What do you have that's making you not lose? Bloodthirster Immortality. When the user's defeat markers reach a certain condition, if their inner breath chaos has not reached block state, they're harder to recover. Pre-existing chaos will start to increase until their inner breath becomes blocked. The user cannot be defeated. Direct internal injury dealt and injury taken is increased by 80%. Cheater alert, yeah. I actually don't know what I can do to affect that particularly faster than what I'm already doing. Just have to wait for their inner breath stuff. I really would prefer him not getting permanent injuries on me here. Yeah, I don't have any breath arts. It sounded like he was kind of weak to internal because of this, and I do have these shifted to do a little bit of internal. All right, let's do it. I mean, him having more damage taken is definitely better than him not having more damage taken. How annoying is that? I've given him 54 defeat markers. Ooh, whoops. And I had a bad pause there. Okay, we're gonna take a little extra damage on that. That is ridiculous. 69 nice defeat markers. Still kicking. Still kicking. I want to use one of my heal injuries. I'm gonna do it. I don't want to take a permanent injury here. There it is, finally. Jeez. Stinking cheaters. Stinking cheaters. Don't worry though, guys. He gave me a tier 9 blade skill I don't know. Okay, can I zoom out? Oh, I can. Abyss Flame. All right. Wait. And then we can add people? Wait a minute. Mom, you made it to hell. Thank you. All right. All right, we got the squad back together. Excellent. Because that means I don't have to put soul absorption on. I would much rather use the chi culmination because that's my drain true chi, just in case we bump into that mechanic. No, we're not dragging them anywhere. We are ride and die. Ride and die homies here. Okay, this is making me feel like this is going to be the end. If we get in another fight, I'm going to pop buffs. In this illusion, though there are no terrifying sights, no matter how far Rue travels east, the scenery never changes. There's neither clouds nor sun, moon or stars in the sky, nor any grass, trees, birds, beasts, fish, or insects on the ground. No crickets? Oh no. Abandoned. Okay, well, there was nobody there. I don't know, I knocked 3 times. Move forward. Okay, I think I'm willing to do it. So let's go ahead and step 1. Just like Raw said earlier, we really should keep things on full repair. Just in case. We used 6 durability of our sword in that fight, and I didn't do any unleashes. So yeah, we definitely should keep that repaired. Okay, and then we're gonna buff. So we want to go whole hog on this, the best of the best. So step 1. Oh no, not our Perinus paste. Don't want to waste that. 50% external injury resistance boost. Yes. Internal, I don't know. I assume Zongshu's gonna probably do everything because otherwise that'd be a weirdly designed encounter for an end boss. So we will take internal. 45% harmony powder. Yes. Antidotes, I'm assuming he's not gonna poison or it'll be light. So we're not gonna take that. That hopefully will not come back and bite me. Inner breath, 50% mind resistance. Yes. Health, we need a wound resistance here. 40% is our best one. Now we are into buffing. The first thing I need to buff is we need attack speed and we need breath recovery. Movement speed also is probably a good sign. Okay, we'll take the movement speed and the steadiness. I don't like how far I'm already down this list. All right, inhale and stance recovery, yes. So we have not got a attack speed buff yet. Parry, dodge, cast speed. We did cast speed, right? No, we didn't. Okay, we need cast speed. Cast speed, yes. Inhale recovery, yeah. Yeah, you are correct. I'm just using that interchangeably, but you are correct. Okay, there's normal attack speed plus 70. I kind of want, there it is. All right, we have 1 empty slot. Do we put a buff in there. And if I was gonna buff it, it would probably be... No, it wouldn't be chi penetration. Physical defense 12%, maybe. Parry. Force 12%. Force is my juke damage skill. Or do we save that for a heal so we can pop one pill during the fight? I never pill pop during fights, and we have Cicada. I think we up our force. Our force is one of our main damage things, and I assume he's gonna have really good defense. If we didn't take that... Resistance, dodge... Physical penetration 9%. You're liking the force percentage? The extra crits do help me heal some side effects of things. I mean, we don't have tens of thousands. We have 2,800, and if I pop my other thing, we'll go up to like 5,000 if we're in fireball stance. Where is my best one? Is it really this low? Man. 9% is the best one. Percentage is cumulative? Yeah. Yeah, 10%'s not nothing for sure. Alright, we'll pop that for a little offense. Alright, we are juiced up as we can be. Hover over our sword. What about it? 199% force? Yeah, we are a force weapon. We are low on dexterity, but it is what it is. All right, buddy. And the equipment screen. Okay, I'll have to look at it later. Okay, you're not gonna do something dumb, are you? Oh, you're gonna do poison. So yes, you are gonna do something dumb. You also have really bad health already for some reason? Okay. Sorry to hear that. All right, you know what? Let's toe kick in. Okay, and my hype squad has arrived, so that's great. This would have been infinitely harder if I did not have them, so that's amazing. No backing up. You stay here. Why are you all running that icicle thing? I thought this was supposed to be fiery hell. I probably should not have that on auto. That's probably a bad idea. Oh, we whiffed our one that would have given me my juke. Yeah, that's what you get for backing away. I see what you're trying to do there. Alright, we'll encourage. And then we'll get Bell back up. Don't love it. Don't love it. Okay. Hopefully we'll get our juke here in a second. Okay, let's go... No, let's just run it before we run out of stance here. Alright. Oh, we beat him by a millisecond. Fiery Hell was getting old, so now it's Eternal Frozen Hellscape. Different layer, I suppose. Alright, you're gonna finish yourself off with that, I hope. Alright, and what are you gonna be cheating with? Okay, yep, you're a cheater too. Are we all gonna be doing this? Okay, same thing. All right, same thing. I don't love that. Let's try to do a heal here. That might push me over the edge to be able to heal that. Dang it. Okay, well, we got some off. And I think we're gonna also run a detox. Can't do it while they're doing theirs. I'm not sure I should be running detox on them. I thought it would be useful, but I think their skill's just too low. Actually, cancel that. Get my bell up, please. All right, you know what? Fireball. Inner breath. 280 is what they're at currently. Okay, that started filling it up pretty effectively. Man. All right, another heal. I don't love this guy, if I'm being honest. I'm getting true cheed. Why am I not allowed to use my defense here? No, and it definitely didn't go off. Alright, let's run you and you. Man, you are stupid annoying. Inner breath chaos is at 96 out of 100. Now, execution, yes. Thank you. Annoying. Very annoying. All right. Do we have real wounds there? Because I feel like we probably have some real wounds from that. We have a leg injury, and I'm not allowed to use medicine or medical care. Well, that sucks. That's really annoying. Okay, let's go to our party, though. Am I not allowed? Oh, I'm not allowed to get to that screen either. I can't change his ability. It was within settings. I don't remember. Was it gameplay? It was definitely in these setting screens. Where in here, I'm not sure I could tell you. It had like a whole warning thing about it. I'd have to look. Let's not do that at the moment, but I'll look later if I can remember. It's definitely in settings though, because it was like a checkbox you had to click, or one of their equivalents of a checkbox. 3 wounds, no problem. Yeah, but we don't want to be going in with that. That's not a good start. Okay, Land of Silence. Medical care? Oh, I'm able to cheat my way into this screen. All right. Cool. Suckers. It didn't want to let me in here, but then it let me in here through a different way. I wonder which one of those is supposed to happen. Well, that's good, because I had 3 injuries going into a fight. That would have been really annoying. All right, we're in the Land of Silence. No, we're not in the Land of Silence. Now we're going to be in the Land of Silence. After walking east for an unknown distance, the scenery around remains unchanged, and the heaven and earth are utterly silent. Taiwu grows wary and can't help but feel puzzled. There is no distinction between front, back, left, right here. Could I have taken the wrong direction? Rue becomes confused and inadvertently glances back, only to be shocked to see themselves sitting quietly nearby, as if they've never set out at all. What happened? Why is that? Before Rue finishes speaking, an identical voice suddenly comes from nearby. Rue is startled, and they see themselves, sitting quietly not far away, suddenly rise and walk over. Oh no, that one's unwell. There's no distinction between front, left, or back. How could I have taken the wrong direction? The man says exactly the same words as Rue, quickly arriving besides Rue. The two look at each other as if seeing their own reflection in a mirror. Not a single difference. Who are you? Why have you taken my form? Who are you? Why have you taken my form? The person repeats exactly the same words. Even their expressions and movement is exactly the same. All things between heaven and earth are nothing but yin and yang. A single breath of yin and yang, our hearts are aligned. All things between heaven and earth are nothing but yin and yang. The chi of yin and yang, our hearts are not aligned. The person repeats the same pattern, but although the words learned differ by only one character from what Rue said, the meaning is completely different. What a fiendish demon, twisting right and wrong, truly shameless. What a demon, huh? Twisting, huh? Right and wrong, huh? Truly shameless. The person's face darkens, yet suddenly they burst into laughter. Without a warning, they lunge forward, striking straight at Taiwu Rue. Fight with all your might. Okay, well, I have way more true chi than they have. This is gonna suck. The clones have no duck, that's how you know she's evil, that's right. Okay, and they went for the range thing. Interesting. They have some health markers that are lower. Oh man, I really hope they're not running Cicada. Okay, let me think here. We're gonna want a toad kick in, probably. Actually, you know what? We can hit them, and if they want to just hit me with that range attack, that's fine. As long as I can do attacks. Okay, let's switch to Fireball. Oh, man. Hang on, what are you running? Gadget Heart. Okay, you are not running the same stuff. You have all my abilities and you just randomly pick some, apparently. Okay, actually, I should say, what do you actually do? Okay, just damage reduction. That's fine. Yeah, I'd rather Halo Art since they're trying to pull away. Oh man. All the people who are annoyed that I didn't use the range. Well, here you go. I'm using the range to win a fight now. I hope you're happy. Okay, I'm out of range. Oh no, we're still auto-attacking. As long as I keep auto-attacking, I'm happy enough. Okay, they just set up a movement ability. Let's plummet the fireballs. Omnis. Nah. Let's not take a big hit. And then we'll juke. And there we go. Imagine not being able to beat yourself. Cringe. Okay, that was pretty pitiful. The fact that they went with the ranged things of everything. Having that ranged weapon equipped was vital to my victory. Level 16 enemies are too strong. T6 martial arts aren't powerful enough, but the golden belt protection is indeed powerful. In the end, I won. The person lies on the ground, gasping for breath, still babbling nonsense. Just as Rue wants to step forward and investigate what kind of monster they are, the person scatters into a pile of dust. Then the wind blows, clouds move, warblers fly, and the grass grows. The scenery here actually changes. Rue also suddenly feels clear-minded and sharp-eyed, no longer as confused and drowsy as before. Could it be that this person was the embodiment of the obstacle of my heart? Oh, Okay, it looks like we're going into final encounter here. I kind of want to refresh my coffee before we go in there. So we're actually going to take a really early break. Just because once we get started on the fight, I'm not going to want to pause or anything here. So little apologies for an early one today. But we've been here for an hour and a half, so it wouldn't hurt you to get up and get a stretch for yourself. Get a drink. Maybe a like for good luck would be appreciated. I'm going to tell YouTube we're going to take a 5-minute break. And during that 5-minute break, you might get an ad. I appreciate the pennies if you do. I'll throw up a timer and I will be right back. Do that, do that, do that. Okay. Hopefully we had a good break there. You got yourself a stretch. Good morning, Haas. How long has live stream been going? Almost an hour and a half. We took an early break because I think we are at a file encounter and I really wanted to get my coffee refreshed before we started so we have no breaks on this train. The enemies keep cheating. They do keep cheating. Okay. We have made it through. We're not seeing a health warning. I'm not allowed to change any abilities, unfortunately, because I would take off the detox, I think, but otherwise, we're pretty good. I think there's nothing for it. We've already taken all of our meds. We're as juiced up as we can be. Oh, equipment. Oh, I'm not allowed to repair on this screen, so I'll need to do that on the pre-fight screen. Okay. Ooh. Are you nervous? Babble's a little nervous. I've never seen this fight, so I don't really know what we're getting into. Boss time? Boss time. Rue continues eastward. The further they go, the clearer the sky and air become. The more pleasant the scenery grows. Sometimes they descend into secluded valleys, smelling flowers and drinking from clear springs. Sometimes they climb towering mountains, embracing the sun and moon amidst a sea of clouds. Such beautiful scenery. How could this be a demon's lair? Oh no, Ra. Deep in the mist-shrouded forest, the path twists and turns. Just as Taiwu Rue pushes through the dense branches and leaves to make a small forest trail, a strong wind suddenly sweeps a thick bank of clouds right into their face. Unexpectedly, Rue finds himself atop a sheer cliff of 1,000 fathoms high. A young girl stands at the edge of the cliff, leisurely stretching one bare foot out into the sea of clouds. Liar, she has shoes on. The cliff is dangerous. Don't be reckless. This place is not the mortal world. How could there be any danger of falling off a cliff? The young girl laughs. Her voice is like silver bells. As soon as Rue says it, they realize this and immediately regret it. Oh man. Oh, I've embarrassed myself in front of the immortal demons. Oh no. Besides, how could there be any mortals here? Who knows what the demon this girl is? Why worry about her? Smile awkwardly. Got that babble energy. Who are we fighting? We finished the 3 demon bosses last stream, and we are in the Blackstone prison at the moment, and we fought a couple different PRS and 16 people, but nothing else. We took about half an hour of prep before we really got going today. My name is Huang Xin. What is yours? The girl smiles brightly, introducing herself. Taiwu Rue somehow finds this girl incredibly warm and endearing, and their guard unwittingly drops by more than half. My name is the real Taiwu. Rue opens her mouth to speak, but their mind suddenly goes blank. They cannot even recall their own name. The same again. All you Taiwu who managed to reach me, truly not one of you can remember your own name. Taiwu. The greater self leads to no self. It begins with him and is never changed. Hung Xian shakes her head. Her eyes fill with both pity and even a hint of admiration. Begin with him. You not only know that I'm Taiwu, but you also know the origins of Taiwu? Outside a desolate village, a fleeting encounter, the maiden's mind wanders. The delirious mind bleeds fresh. Demons dance with claws, seeking to cover the vast skies. Taiwu bears their heart, heading towards the endless abyss. If we do not witness the birth of demons, how can we know of Taiwu's death? For 300 years hence, we meet inverted in the dreams. Hangchuan sings softly, her expression both sorrowful and joyful, a tune both bitter and sweet, as if remembering the past. If we do not witness the birth of demons, how can we know of Taiwu's death? For 300 years hence, we meet inverted in the dreams. Yes, I have known the Taiwu for over 300 years, but although I know you, not all of you necessarily know me. Those like you who can reach the realm of selflessness and meet me are extremely rare. Hongshan pauses, suddenly hesitant, and can't help but size up Rue before her brow furrowing. The realm of selflessness? No, although you have destroyed your inner illusions, you do not come from the realm of selflessness. You come from the land of Blackstones, damn it! You must leave quickly. Hung Sheng shouts in alarm, her beautiful face pale with terror. In an instant, the winds and clouds shift dramatically. As the cloud mist turns into black flames, the mountain rocks beneath their feet collapse with a roar. Hung Juan falls straight down the cliff. Without a moment's thought, Ru leaps to save her, but the mountains crumble and the earth splits and the black flames surge to the sky. The two fall together into a chasm. Ugh, arg! After a long time, a piercing pain awakens Ru. Ru struggles to open her eyes, only to find themselves in a forest filled with blooming peach blossoms. Eerie blue phantom flames occasionally leap among the peach blossoms. Where is this place now? Is this a new run? No, Kevin, this is the finale of hopefully of the run. Quite the opposite. After another moment, Ru endures the pain and looks up again, only to see two small peach trees, one tall, one short, materializing before their eyes. Around the peach tree, many white-furred foxes dart up and down, occasionally casting wary glances at Ru. Immediately, peach blossoms flutter. A figure walks out of the peach grove, struggle to rise. Yi how. A sword mound incarnation. Do you know where the plain fox has gone? Did he ascend to heaven's palace or did he fall into the abyss? No, don't answer me. You're all trying to lie to me. Only my plain fox would never. The more the figure spoke, the more sorrowful she became. Suddenly, her clothes flared up in an unseen eerie flame as she lunged at Taiwu Ru. That's our 10th mound? Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect, and we've already juiced up, so we can't change anything. How sad am I gonna be, Shinosuke? How sad am I gonna be? Alright. Equipment. I want to do my repair. Also, you keep asking me to mouse over this. What do you want to know about this? Good luck last days. Oh, another days user? Well, I have a present for her. I hate days. All my homies hate days. What about, okay, so 768% pin. Yep, what about it? It adds 20k. It adds 20k. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It adds, are you talking about the number right here? It adds 38,000, if that's what you're talking about. So we're at 44,000 physical pin. You're doing 20k physical pin before your arts. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so she's a dazer. I do have key culmination on. I think we might swap that out for one more. Well, or do I just sit in key culmination to give me some extra poise for defense, and then when she does an art, I'll have my companions get her with soul absorption. I can't believe there was another daze in here. Hey, questing truck, I saw your comment the other last night, I think. Only up to episode 4 and can't stay, but wanted to pop in for a moment, enjoying playing the game in parallel with you. Made a very different start character. So our stories to divulge at part 4. Well, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Feel free to comment on anything. I read all my comments and whatnot. Okay, well, we've already eaten all of our food, so there's nothing I can do about that. Luckily, we did take a mind food. Key culmination. I'm just debating this or soul absorption. if she's anything like the last Dazer we did, we need her to use an Annihilation Daze art, and then we'll just blow her up with one of our companions. I was not expecting another sword mount. So there you go. That happened. I think we go with what we got. I think this is it. Soul Absorption's how you beat her? Yeah. I'm just debating whether I want to run it myself. I guess for me, it's not a one and done, right? Like, I can be running it. Yeah, let's change. Let's Soul Absorption. So, remove. Soul Absorption. All right. Because it's not one and done for me. I can be running this for the extra poise defense. Just generally. Since Golden Bell is not going to work if she's dazed. And then if she does an art and we hit her with that, it'll help. For me, it's not as good because we would 1-for-1 each other. My companions will blow her up. Man, of course it's days. Of course it's days. Hate it. All right. What do you do? What do you do? Nation toppling beauty. Seems about right. When she's defeated the first time she comes back, as long as she has more available styles than the enemy, direct damage dealt by her divine power becomes triple and cannot be reflected. I don't think Soul Absorption's a reflection. I think we're okay there. Fox Seeking. So this one is an attack. Precision Dexterity. Can move while casting this divine power. While casting, if the enemy's mutual love or hate with another character is in mutual love or hate. You know what? I am not in mutual love or hate with anyone. We did not get Rue married. She already had a kid. Okay. At least I don't think she's in mutual love. Yi applies 3 null styles. When this reaches 100, she applies another 3 nulls. Okay, there's the sway. Fox Trill. When casting this divine art, if the enemy is within her attack range, daze markers are continually applied to them based on the technique's power. Their styles are continuously reduced. Okay, yeah, we're really going to want to stay in Soul Absorption. When divine power reaches 100%, damage the enemy. Okay, these are not sway attacks. Fox's Return can move it while casting. While casting, if the enemy's in mutual love or hate, they do extra. Daze markers are continually applied. Man, that is mean. That is mean. Blood Flame of the Scorching Gods. When this divine power reaches 100%, deals damage. The enemy affects 4 of their body parts simultaneously. So she does have some non-sway stuff. Okay, this is her movement. She charges up. The further she can move up to a maximum of 4 distance, the further she moves, the more style the enemy loses. All right, she's going to make it really hard for me to juke, is what we're getting. So we probably should just cast whatever we can cast. Blooming Revelry. While defending with this divine art, you is immune to openings and sealed acupoints. And all defeat markers she receives are converted into days. You deal significantly more direct damage to characters whose sway or poise is lower than hers. All right, unfortunately, I can't really change that. She probably has better stats than I do. Okay, so we're really counting on this guy. We would really like her. Was that her only one? No. Fox Trill and Fox Whale. I assume Trill's probably phase 1 and Whale's probably phase 2, if I had to guess. Mostly does daze stuff. Okay. All right, somebody said check our relations. So we have some love here. If I click on you. Okay, we do have love for him, so we do have that activated. And I don't think I can change that. Look at her weapon range. 2.5 to 6.5. 4 to 8. Okay, I'm noticing chi pin on everything. Yeah, she also had a kid out of wedlock, so there you go. Take that as you will. Okay, so honestly, I think our true victory here is basically going to be, we want her to use a sway attack, and one of our companions will eat it with a defend. And I'm not allowed to go change things. Man, it's a good thing I fixed those before we came in here. All right. I can't do anything, so let's do it. All right, immediately pause. Okay, I do have this balanced at 50-50. I don't know if that's for the best or not. All right, I'm gonna let her hit me with this first attack. Okay, that was all internal. None of that was soul damage. So for now, I can run Golden Bell. Okay, you're a good candidate for Golden Bell. Okay, and you know what? For now, well, I like encourage. I wish I could just say don't encourage toad kicks unless I tell you, but do encourage everything else. All right, we'll toad kick here because we have extra stance. Okay, doing some reflection stuff. That's fine. I'm not sure what's causing her to daze herself. I'm not exactly sure what's causing her to daze herself, but I'm okay with that. Okay. I literally don't even know what happened. Rue's too strong. Rue, you're too powerful. No, Rue, don't unleash your true power. I always think about, I never got a chance to really watch that much DBZ, but I do remember at one of them, they were doing some contest and all the like powerful people are like trying to tap the little thing like as lightly as possible. And then Vegeta just walks up and smashes it. I always think about that one. Transforma damage to daze and her immune to openings. I remember the Golden Bell naysayers. You know, always listen to people's honest advice, but trust but verify. You know, they were obsessed with the fact that because we were fire, Golden Bell only gave me like 500 defense. And I kept saying like, we're not in it for the defense. Like that would be nice, yes, but we're in it for the openings. Like the openings are the whole reason that we're running this. Okay, we're at length 3. Nation toppling beauty, igneous blaze unsheathed. Okay. I don't have much else to say to that. Okay, blood flame of the scorching gods. Okay, this is not a sway attack. It wants to do a bunch of internal damage. When this reaches 100%, deals damage to 4 of their body parts. Okay, I think we're gonna swap over to Yin Yang. Holy crap. Okay, Yin Yang did not save me. She one-shot me. So we just cicaded once. Wow, okay. Cool one-shot, sis. She's doing it again. Better defend the next. I did defend the next one. We did a yin-yang, which should have been an 80% reduction. That was a true boss move. Yeah, and she's doing it again. The only other attack I have is bell protection here. Oh, sacrifice a teammate? Maybe? I'm concerned about if I do that, I'm not going to have them later. But then again, if we die, we're not going to have anything later. Let's eat one more. Let's eat one more with Bell on. I need to see if I'm able to defend this at all. Why is that so painful? All right, we're gonna eat one more. I'm gonna override my movement and I'm gonna try to move forward and see if we can get underneath it. I can't quite see where that is reaching. I might be close enough that I could avoid it. What's our chi protection? I mean, it's not stellar, I'll be honest. It's not stellar. Okay, she didn't one-shot me that time, but almost did. Yeah, 4 body parts instantly took 6. Yeah, that's what happened last time. She has a right leg injury. There's nothing else for it. All right. I'm no longer able to toad kick. Okay, yeah, we got to do whatever we get. Okay, there's our next cicada. Okay, we got a little bit of daze on her at the moment. Oh, we don't have enough for an acupoint. I actually remembered, guys. I actually remembered. We just couldn't do it. We do have things that we can use to heal our companions. I think I am gonna let them take this one. All right. Sweaty, sweaty. Yeah, no kidding. All right. I am gonna let him take this one. All right, we have a juke. This might do it for us. Especially if I can get it before she can defend. Whew. Okay, do you have any cheats? No. Whew, okay. Yeah, my internal is definitely not high enough, I'll say that. The fact she one-shot us. Oh, man. We gained a legacy. Sweat, sweat. Ru has defeated Yi Ho. Although Taiwu Ru fought Yi Ho to death, after she loses, Ru inexplicably feels pity for her. That very gaze, just like my plain fox. Yi smiles through the tears. Before her words fade, she turns into peach blossoms drifting away on the wind. All right, can I... Got 2 achievements. I have all divine swords, and I missed what the other one was. Then all things dissolve. The peach grove sinks into crimson ashes dotted with strange black stones. Corpses with grim, terrifying expressions appear all around, interwoven with strange stones and ashes into a vision of hell, assaulting Rue's eyes directly. The Blackstone land, this place is already the land of Blackstones? Yeah, she didn't try to daze me, which sucks because I could have instantly defeated her with one of our companions at little cost. But we got through it. We got through it, so I can't complain too much. That sword, having been here with me, has endured immense suffering for ages. You actually managed to rescue it and pacify its heart. An extremely faint voice emanates from a massive piece of blackstone. Huanxing? Rue follows the voice and quickly reaches a huge blackstone, only to see countless crimson ashes pour unceasingly from the cracks in the blackstone. 7 black claws, as hideous as fangs, bind a girl tightly to the blackstone. The girl's body is almost completely devoured by blackstone. Only half of her blood-stained face remains barely exposed. Rue sees clearly, tears already burst forth. This young girl is Huanxing. I think that's Z, I think was her first name, or her family name. How could this be? No, that's not. I recognize this character, but I don't remember who you were. Help me out here, team. This wasn't Z, right? I don't remember who she is. I recognize her though. That hair face combo definitely reminds me, but I'm drawing a blank here. Obviously, it wasn't one of my characters. Do not cry. I've been like this for over 300 years. The person you met at the cliff earlier, that was an illusion I conjured in a state of no self. When I take her form, the pain lessens a little, but the demons are cunning. To wear down my spirit, they gave me no moment of respite. It was not easy for you to come here. You must escape with your life. Do not end like those Taiwus sleeping forever here. Hongshuan speaks differently, tears streaming down her face as she looks at the piles of corpses around her. All these dead, they're all Taiwu? She's the tutorial character. Oh, okay, yeah. Right, the tutorial character. Thank you. Yeah. Hongshuan nods painfully. For over 300 years to reforge the Fuyu sword, I don't know how many Taiwu have come seeking me, but the demons are cunning and evil. I think only one person has ever managed to escape the land of Blackstone alive. That person left. No Taiwu has ever come again until I met you. To reforge the Fuyu sword, seek you. Who exactly are you? Who bears the weight of 1,000 years of genuine power? With a single thought, the divine sword is first unsealed. You are Taiwu. You must possess the Fuyu hilt. Take it out and look, then you will understand. Look at the hilt. In an instant, a dazzling white light bursts forth from the Fuyu hilt. Within the white light, Rue sees the divine sword slice across the sky, fly to the mortal world, and then heroes wield it to punish evil. Lovers lean on it to share eternal slumber. Generals rely on it to break enemy formations. Children offer it to the emperor. 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Relics buried in desolate soil, the divine sword endures endless torment. Who knows what heaven intends? Suddenly, awakening spiritual intelligence without precedent. From then on, heaven and earth become lovely. All things become visible. Vast sea turns into mulberry fields. The mortal world gains a new face. Amid laughter and tears, an innocent child descends to the world. But misfortune may befall a person at any moment. The weather is too unpredictable. The innocent one made a vow in times of peril, wielding boundless power. Yet it only freed the demon, tearing heaven and earth apart. And so, to mend the heavens, man and demon dueled with swords in the mountains. Body destroyed, heart dead, how sorrowful. Their soul became divine weapons, fighting again, shaking heaven and earth, breaking in two. One half fell beneath the Blackstones, the other landed on Delirious Mind's shoulders. The white light quietly fades, leaving countless thoughts. So, Huangxin is the Fuyu sword. So, you are the Fuyu sword. I am the Fuyu sword, but I am also Huangxin. Do not hesitate any longer. The blade of the Fuyu sword is impossible to recover. You, flee quickly. Why is it impossible to recover? Do you not see I have a duck with me? Why do you think I carry this duck around? Because that sword has already been served as a meal to me, a terrifying voice suddenly echoes in all directions. It shakes the ground so violently that the black stone shatters and the dead ash rises into the air. Flabbergasted. Dude, you need like some serious pimple cream. Like we could probably fix that for you. You rat like Taiwu. If you had picked up a fraction of the Fuyu sword's power, you wouldn't even have a chance to embarrass yourselves before me. Today, I will make a meal out of you and devour Hongshin as well, that you would be a fitting end to our acquaintance. Zongshu laughs loudly, spreads his arms wreathed in black flames, and encircles everything around him. Then, like an endless black cloud, he sweeps down upon Taiwu Ru. No retreat possible. Face the demon. Okay, but hear me out. Can I fix my companion? Okay, I actually have an injury, and we only have one heal. That's great. All right. I'm going to heal him so that he can help me in the fight. I might need him, and we'll heal our injury too. And we are out of heals. Okay, we have already juiced to the full ability of juicing, so there's not much for it. Do I want to run soul absorption? No, I think I want to switch back to chi culmination. The reason is my companions can take a soul absorption, and unless he has something that super duper cheats, unless we have something that super duper cheats, that will just kill him if my companions do it. But for me, I need to be able to lower true chi in case that becomes important. We've had fights that have done that recently, so. What is that under? It's under a protection. Okay, nothing for it. I need to just go find it here. It's of the seat. There it is. There it is. And we run this because when defending with this martial art, any true chi the enemy gains during battle rapidly decays to their initial cap. Read his skills. Yeah, we'll read the skills. All right, well, I just want to get that fixed. All right, and we've already... Actually, let's fix our equipment too. We've already used all of our buffs. Okay, nothing to repair here. Yeah, we didn't really even get to attack in that last fight. This battle is doomed to fail and will end when time runs out. You won't be able to imprison the battle. You won't be able to escape this battle. There are no drops from this battle. Does that mean that this is an auto lose or I'm on a time limit? The team with the higher tactics will act first. If both teams have equal tactics, initiative is determined randomly by their luck. Phenomena Core. When Zongshu is defeated the first time, a new battle phase begins. Every one reincarnation the enemy has less than 9. Zongshu has a very high chance of doing 30% more direct damage. Well, there you go, Shinosuke. I guess the correct way to play is to lose your characters. I wonder if that means actual reincarnations or Fuyu reincarnations. Because we definitely have less than 9. We're on 3 or 2, depending on how you count it. You need to last the timer. Fine. Hateful Heart form. When casting this art, this is a sway. Zongshu gains 3 stacks of the effect. Whenever the enemy casts Annihilation martial art, they immediately take a large amount of recoil damage from that martial art. Well, it's a good thing I still have Chant of Abundance on. That lowers recoil damage. Okay, so Fateful Heart might do it for us. Different? Okay. Okay, so I only need to last for the full timer. I don't need to beat him, is what you guys are saying? You're fine to just spoil it for me. That's fine. I don't like going to encounters I don't know what the goal is. Beguiling Fame form. Another sway attack. I'm liking this. When casting this divine power, if the enemy is within Zongshu's attack range, Zongshu will continuously increase their deviation level based on deviation level at the start of battle. Alright. Senseless Heart. When casting this divine power, Zongshu gains 3 stacks of the effect. When the enemy casts an Annihilation Art, they immediately take a large amount of recoil damage from it. If casting art fails to reach 100%, it will be unavoidable and permanently sealed. Oh, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to 100% him. Is this guy strong? Yeah, a little bit. When this divine power reaches 100% power, Zongshu gains 3 stacks. All the enemy's martial arts require a large amount of true chi corresponding to their tier and type to cast. Otherwise, they cannot be cast. While casting this divine power, if the enemy is within Zongshu's attack range, Zongshu will continuously increase the enemy's deviation level based on their deviation level at the start of battle. After casting this divine art, Zongshu will appear at its desired distance. When it's active, the distance between the user and the enemy cannot change for any reason. Zongshu's attack range becomes maximum. While defending with this divine art based on the enemy's mindset, Zongshu continuously inflicts external injuries on principle, inflicts internal injuries on benevolent, poisons moderate enemies. Okay, we're gonna get poisoned. Seals acupoints on rebellious and opens openings on egocentric. Heart Devourer deals more direct damage to characters with higher deviation levels. Okay, so what is our strategy here? We just mainly defend? If he's able to permanently seal my moves if I don't get to 100%, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. What are your basic stats like? He has a bajillion. We're not going to get to 100%. I can just guarantee you. Ironically enough, we might be able to hit through the resilience, maybe. If we were running Fireball, maybe. But other than that, we're definitely not going to hit. Okay, the battle is doomed to fail and will end when the timer runs out. So I just have to survive. I'm up to 18 pure essence. Hang on. I have at least a little bit to go. Okay, hey, this helps. Okay, since we can't attack anyways, we need to survive for 30 seconds. He does internal damage and days on hit. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so if he tries to sway attack me, I'm definitely gonna see if I can soul absorption that. I mean, even if we can't win, maybe we can do damage or phase him or something. All right, is this gonna be the longest 30 seconds of Rue's life? No. Dark clouds turn to shadows, black flames become robes. The demon reveals their true form, evil as a purgatory asura, fierce as an extraterrestrial deity. What a Zongshu with a feet like a lion, treading upon the blood of countless living beings, hands like elephant, curling back like Mara arrows. On its face grow 12 strange eyes, each one taking in the 3,000 worlds at a glance. Swore to see divine edges ever hone. If the Zongshu remains, the mortal realm would be doomed. Spare me, and the world shall perish. Slay me, and the world shall perish all the same. Ha ha ha, such childish rhymes are the height of folly. Even were you granted 10,000 ages more, how could you ever hope to stand against me? I have the power of anime and chat on my side. Zongshu throws his head back and laughs menacingly, yet at his throat a faint white light flashes. What's that? That is the blade of the Fuyu sword. It's been swallowed by the demon. You cannot defeat it. Hung Xuan struggles to speak as the layer of blood ash surges out from the black stone on her body. So this is the sword within the demon, and the demon within the sword. Taiwu, Huangshin, you two come at me. Come at me, bro. Okay, is this my timer? Yeah. The battle has a time limit. The battle will end when the countdown reaches 0. I mean, ironically enough, we're not that far beneath his true chi. 75, 100, 190, 149. Remember those numbers? If we see those going up, we may have to do something about it. Right now we have longer openings. I think that's just fine. We're gonna probably want to go into Golden Bell, because Golden Bell gives me 3,000 defense. And I think that's gonna be a lot better than this. I don't know why she was able to bypass my 80%. Oh, I know why. I bet you her skill, the damage was reduced, but then you do damage to 4 appendages probably did not apply there. Okay, so I think our plan is to go to Golden Bell as soon as possible. Okay, there's our Golden Bell. Oh, he's hitting me with a bunch of days. And he's trying to sway attack me right now. Okay, well, nobody has their defense up, so I can't have them take this hit for me. So we're actually going to want to do a key culmination for the 2,000 poise. Man. Maybe I should have taken soul absorption. All right, how bad? Really bad. Really bad, actually. Okay, now he switched back damage type, so we switch over. 5 seconds until that's back up. Another sway attack. I think we just have to take this one. Even if I switch over, we're gonna fail, and then I'll just have to pay to get this turned back on. All right, we'll just take it. Okay, that's 1 death. Please keep track, chat. I'm gonna get my counting die out. 2 seconds until they can soul absorption, or at least take the hit for me. Another one. This is the moment you lost. No kidding, man. Okay, yeah, there's nothing for it. We're just gonna have to eat this one. Okay, now I have defense up, so they can start taking these for me. I guess the other question is, when this fight ends, does my cicada reset? If it does, we're fine. If it doesn't, we're gonna be very sad, boys. That's cicada 2 right there. Also, I don't have a defense running currently. If I have nothing up and running, I may as well run Chi Culmination. We're at the halfway mark. Okay, people say it does come back. So I guess the real question is, we've cicadaed twice, so that is 7, no, that's 9 and 18. The thing is, I don't want them to get downed and then me not be able to heal them for the fights where I actually have to win. That's my worry. Cicada will reset. Let me think on this for a second. You lasted 7 seconds per cicada, which would be fine. We could do that. Okay. Daze doesn't leave injuries. I thought it did take their health down. All right, I'm gonna trust in Haas. He's never led me astray. All right, of course, E has a deeper. E is a little bit bitter. He's gonna be the one that takes the first hit. Do it, E. Well, we beat him 147 to his 36. That means we win, right? Okay, put our golden bell back up. 159 defeat markers. We have 10 seconds left to go. Hateful heart form. All right, you know what? If we can... Health recovers over time as long as increasing after the fight's fine. As long as they can enter the fight to take one hit, that's all I can really ask for. All right. You're up next, buddy. That's another sway attack. $303 defeat markers, by the way. 6 seconds left. $315 defeat markers. That's amazing. 324 defeat markers. Okay, my defense wore off. I definitely want to put that back up. I don't know. Can I defend through me putting this up? I'm actually not sure. Let's cancel this and have her defend. I don't dare. 403 defeat markers, and apparently I'm down, but I think that's because we got to the 0. We got XP for doing the fight. Ru is struck a vital spot by Zongshu and falls to a pool of blood. Arg! The moment before death, Taiwu Ru seems to see... They missed a space right here. Seems to see Huang Xian using the last of her divine power to break free from the Black Stone, charging at Zongshu with her palm as a sword. Ru seems to hear. Huang Xian whispers softly in Ru's ear. Mysterious and unnamed, ethereal and formless, mystic God shines brightly, the heart is pure light. Then, everything before Ru's eyes turned pitch black, as if falling into an unfathomably deep, dry well. Mystic God shines brightly, the heart is pure light. Hong Xuan. Mystic God shines brightly in the heart of pure light. Hong Xuan. Now that the message has been found, quickly return to your spirit to its origin. Immortal Zhu's command is like a lifeline lowered from above to the dry well that is Taiwu Ru. Already senseless, Taiwu Ru cannot think. They just grab hold. Instantly, mist rises and clouds surge. Zongshu's roar and Hong Xian's whispers gradually fade away. We survived, apparently. Other lands. Face Zongshu in the land of Blackstone. Well, that was painful. O brilliant black immortal, our heart shall shine bright and light. Awaken our hearts. Ru shouted, snapping back to their senses and realizing their own soul was at the brink of perishing, and managed to escape the land of Blackstones in the nick of time and return back to the mortal world. Gasp for air. Ru felt their chest full of turbid chi and couldn't help but breathe deeper and deeper. It turned out, when Taiwu Ru saw Zongshu's true form in the land of Blackstones, Ru's body already started to choke in the mortal world. Yet, how did a choked person not die? Look around, dazed, confused. Oh, it's all the friends we made on the way. Ru looked around in a daze. To their surprise, they found the leaders of various sects around them. Regardless of gender, age, or moral alignment, the leaders of the sect had joined hands together here, channeling wave after wave of true chi to balance yin-yang unceasingly into Ru's chest. forcibly keeping Ru's life alive. It was all of you who sustained my life. I'm sorry I made fun of your mustache. You're finally awake, Ambataba. The world can now be saved. Wei Ji-chan, master of Shaolin sect, nodded and said, with a face pale as a sheet, come to think of it, the healing arts Taiwu Ru must have been conjured for quite some time continuously, which must have been exhausting the healer's chi. You have my heartfelt thanks. Good, you're awake. We were about to leave. Going 7 days without liquor or meat truly took a toll on my brothers. Li Chan of the Lion Face clan sighed, eyes filled with blood vessels and sweat still damp on forehead. So you were all waiting here for 7 days. We, Veil Sect, never pry into unnecessary matters. We just want to know, how can we slay that fiend Zongshu? Hing Fulan from Veil Sect said through gritted teeth as they struggled to get up and forcibly steadied themselves. True, what should we do then? Did you really go to Zongshu's lair with your innate soul? Are you siding with Zongshu and wasting our strength right now? I'm afraid Taiwu might not stand much of a chance themselves. Who wants to come with me and slaughter our way out? The heroes saw that Taiwu Ru had finally woke up, and the anxiety and doubt in their mind was no longer being repressed. They couldn't help but talk all at once, causing quite a loud and messy scene. Everyone, please hear me. Sharp pain in chest. Please remain calm, everyone. As a clamor rose amongst the assembled forces, an old monk approached. Oh, it's him. Wow, we haven't seen you in like 140 hours. Ambataba, Taiwu has returned from death, and surely Taiwu must be confused too. We've all been working hard these days and have suffered no small harm. It would be better for everyone to return to their encampments first, both to take a respite and direct your disciples to guard against enemies. Once I've spoken to Taiwu, I will provide you all an account of the situation. Grandmaster Shishufu! The heroes simply in shock, fear, worry, and suspicion over recent days, and so the outburst just now was merely a momentary loss of control. They did not truly intend to immediately demand an explanation from Ru. As soon as Shishufu spoke with authority, the heroes immediately calmed down. Afterwards, the assistance of their disciples, they each took their leave, and this place one by one. Aww, it's the friends we made on the way. After some time passed, the severe pain in Ru's heart gradually dissipated and disappeared under Shifufu's careful treatment. The two then discussed the experience and the illusion after they had parted ways. So that's what happened. I managed to find Huang Xin, and I barely made it out alive. So, despite your success in retrieving the hilt of the 9th Divine Sword, but the Fuyu Sword blade was already swallowed by Zingshu, and there's no hope to retrieve it. Huang Xin did her best to help you escape, and is very likely to meet an ill-fated already. Shishu Fu couldn't help but shake his head, sighing profusely. Why did you come here with all the sect leaders, Grandmaster Shishu Fu? I learned that you are going to go to the land of Blackstones, which takes a toll on the mind. Therefore, I invited the elites of the sect to come here and escort you to your destination. How did you learn that I would be going to Blackstone? You are truly a lucky one. Many talented people would surely join their hearts together to convey the message for you. Shishu Fu joined hands and smiled, seemingly seeing something precious in Ru. Of course, Shishu Fu raised his voice and pointed to somewhere not far away. The invitation to experts of various sects were able to proceed smoothly and successfully, all because of Immortal Zhu, and both of his carrots and sticks, as well as his power to telepath in dreams. Truly, his contributions were immense. Is Immortal Zhu alright? Haha, I'm an avatar of an immortal. Why would I not be fine? Mortals often believe in the mirages in their dreams instead of witnessing the truth that stands before them. It was merely a trick of mine. There is no need for the old monk to make a fuss. Immortal Zhu laughed heartily, approaching Ru from afar. You recalled my spirit with the talismans when I was in mortal peril, Mr. Immortal. Such a favor is akin to giving me life. Were it not for Huang Xin sacrificing herself to clear the fiendish obstacle for you, how could I have found you? I dare not take such credit. Huang Xin, the Immortal Zhu said with his head low. Though his face was made of wood, grief and sorrow were still evident on it. For a moment, everyone was teary and the world seemed to fall silent. Ambataba. After a long while, Shishu Fu let out a Buddhist chant, which woke everyone from their sorrow like a lamp at night. Though the fiends are run Although the fiends are running amok, the world has faced great destruction. We are still fortunate to have the sect set aside their old grudges to join hands and protect people across the land. In such a wondrous moment of unity, I hope that everyone can rouse their spirit and not fall into despair. The sects are all comprised of mortals. How do they stand against so many fiends? 7 days ago, I've already set up 15 fiend warding arrays around Taiwu village and ordered them to be guarded by each of the 15 sects elites. I believe it would be sufficient to protect them and buy us some time. As for the rest of the places, upon the point of recounting, Shishufu cast a glance at Immortal Zhu. As for the remaining locations, Zhu stalled for a moment and said, with his head hung low, as for the remaining locations, the sea of blood shall be the moat. The mountains of corpses shall be a wall. Survival comes at the price of desperate measures, where many lives were sacrificed to save but a few, grieving and mourning. For now, I am ashamed. Immortal Zhu and I have had heavenly powers, yet we were still not capable of protecting all the lives of the land on such short notice. Taoist Tainted is fated to be immortal. You are truly an inherent intelligence. You already know the key to saving the world before I mention it. Please take a look. Shishufu pointed at the sky above Taiwu village. Taiwu Ru looked over at the sky and saw faintly. Tainted was shrouded in a mystical light and focused his sorcery, casting 9 divine lights at Taiwu village. Wang Yufu and Zi Wuxiao were both beside him, fighting against the black mist, guarding Tainted. What are those 9 lights? Child, you retrieved a few divine swords, and so Tainted cast down a few divine lights correspondingly. Of course, this means you should reconjure the sealing power and recreate the sword array using the 9 divine swords. Though this sword array has only 1 extra sword than the old 8 sword array, its power would far exceed the old one, and that should be enough to keep the world safe for another 30,000 years. Immortal Zhu stroked his beard and nodded as he spoke, but appeared rather fearful when he spoke of 30,000 years. Don't be alarmed, Immortal Zhu. It was true the previous 8 sword array imprisoned you as a pivot and cost you 3,000 years of freedom. While I am not certain what risks lie in the last array, it was likely due to the insufficient power of the array maker, who had to resort to something like that. This time, we have Mr. Tainted himself to prepare the array, and it will certainly not imprison you again for another 3,000 years. You would do a lot of good for the world, and you would attain so many merits, Mr. Immortal. Mr. Immortal, you've indeed been the pivot of the sword array. What nonsense. Who in the world could imprison me? I have the world's best interests at heart. I willingly became the pivot. The old monk didn't seem generous with others' sacrifices. Even if Tainted set up the ray himself, there's no guarantee it won't have flaws. To avoid further humiliation from this master and disciple, I'm leaving tonight. Master and his disciple? Ambataba Terrace, forgive me, Immortal Zhu. It was my mistake. Shishufu was unfazed by Immortal Zhu's anger, laughing heartily and bowing with hands clasped. Immortal Zhu ignores Shishufu and turns to Ru. Little one, I've helped you find Hongshun's location, settling all past agreements and grievances. I am an incarnation of a deity, seeking freedom and joy beyond the 3 realms, unwilling to entangle with Zongshu. You take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. Immortal Zhu. Ru and Shishufu watch Immortal Zhu leave, lost in thought for a long time. Shishufu bows again to Taiwu Ru, speaking earnestly. Those 9 divine swords, they are all loyal to Taiwu. To ensure everything goes smoothly, please personally bury them at the 9 places illuminated by divine light. This way, the array can be completed in no time, and the demon will naturally be subdued. In that case, I shall go at once. I mean... No, he was in one of the pictures, Shinosuke. I feel like we need to defeat this guy, not just seal him away. With resolve firmly set, Taiwu Ru hesitated no longer and gazed upon the 9 rays of divine light conjured by Tainted, which neatly enclosed Taiwu village within. They then looked over the surrounding 15 sealing arrays laid about, which form a ceaseless clamor of sects and fiends locked in fierce combat could be heard. No. Oh, the cave's empty. Uh-oh. Teetering world. Okay, so what are you wanting me to do here? Go to the demon sealing light encounter. Okay, over here. All right, before we do that, All right, we have no ability to do medical care at the moment. Okay, nope. Haas, you are still undefeated, my friend. They did not take any health here. I'm almost certain that one of our mound people did, but maybe they took some other damage and it wasn't just pure daze. Okay, so everyone is fine. Everyone is fine, actually. Okay. We need to move. I kind of want to roll a month to get a save. So let me move to make sure no one's in my square. Imagine stealing Taiwu's secret tome at this point. I don't care. Yeah, we just went to Hell Night Ray and we took a beating from Zongshu. Inherited legacy. Keep it as a remembrance. I think they nerfed this. People used to say you got a lot of stuff. I never seem to get a lot of stuff, even from high-ranking people. Let's get married, sure. Good luck. Have fun with that. That is true. Technically, we had the moral victory. We may have physically lost, but we had the moral victory. Passed away. Many people died. Okay, we have rolled that time. Let's get over to our encounter. Man, my poor voice. Bury the 9 divine swords, respectively, at places illuminated by the 9 rays of divine light. Re-establish the power to seal demons and activate the sword mound array. It's a dire encounter. New event on the right side. Let's see. A bunch of new sect leaders. That's ominous. New roles. Death by Zongshu. 11 people died. Yeah, just a bunch of people are dying. A bunch of people are dying. All right, demon sealing light. Ultima Rainbow. Okay, array awaiting activation 9, Taiwu Village defense. Okay. I assume that means they're gonna try to hold out. So I need to finish this encounter quickly? No, we haven't, Night Ray. We've been dealing with Immortal Zhu and Shishu Fu. And Hong Xian. Lu looks up and sees 9 beams of divine light surrounding Taiwu Village. From the 15 demons subduing arrays, the sounds of various schools and sects fighting against demons keeps coming. In the distance, sinister winds and dismal mists, evil aura soaring into the sky. It's Zongshu underlings surging like a tide. Wherever they pass, mountains and rivers turn into blackstone. Plants and trees condense into bloody ashes. It seems like in the blink of an eye, they will sweep over Taiwu Village. No time to lose, hurry and set up the arrays. No, I think he means grandfather from the very beginning of the game. And we bumped into him once when we got the forge. All right, no time remains. This is the array of Demon Bind. In the place illuminated by divine light, one can only see red maples dancing wildly, blazing like fire, blood maple's figure flickering in and out of sight. This should be the Demon Bind array. Bury the hilt. Rue solemnly buries the hilt Demon Bind at the spot where Tainted casts down demon sealing light. The hilt Demon Bind remains motionless, and the divine light seems to dim soon after. Confused. Power of divine light. Unleash the divine light to clear Zongshu underlings along the route. Bloody ashes fill the sky, blinding and confusing. Evil aura surges from the heavens, blocking clouds and sunlight. Within the rolling black mist, Zongshu underlings swarm in. Go annihilate the Zaishu underlings. Oh, we're building new sword mounds. Scroll of Taiwu 2 confirmed. Okay, I think we're gonna go here. Place is illuminated. We see golden dazzling splendor. We bury the hilt. The light dims soon after. We gain another one. As Rue sets up the array, a sword chi shoots in the sky, followed by 10,000 rays of blinding light falling, enveloping this entire place. For a moment, all Zongshu underlings in the array dissipate, and the blackstone and blood ashes vanish instantly. The array can eliminate nearby Zongshu underlings and blackstone. Perhaps you could go to areas dense with underlings to set up arrays? Okay, he's fighting one over there, and one spawned over there. I feel like you should realize things are just looping. Yeah, I feel like we need to finish this. If we're just gonna seal them again, this whole thing's gonna play out yet again. All right, we buried the hilt. Okay, yep. Basically, it's just not working properly is the long short of it. Okay, unleash the power of divine light to clear along the route. Don't know exactly what that means. Can I use you here? Okay, so I can do it to the square next to me. So I want to do this one. We know that this is north, so that should be south. Or I guess bottom left. Okay, and I think... top left. None of that, please. Confused. All right, we bury it. Blackstone is spreading continuously, eventually endangering Taiwu village. It must always be vigilant and eliminate the Blackstone. Okay, that seems to be a problem. I'm not exactly sure what I do to get rid of that. But it seems like we need help over there, like, sooner rather than later. That does not work. Okay, bottom right. Oh, it's like a AoE. Okay. All right, and then top right. Dark Forest, bury the hilt. Confused. All right, and then we'll do top left. I did not take everyone out like I had hoped. Bury the hilt. Confused. Okay, I don't love this. I don't love this at all. All right, we have one here. Quit breaking my town. Bury the hilt. We're putting Ultima in here. Okay, and then we have 2 more to go. Bottom right. Bury the hilt. Confused. You do not have any unfulfilled wishes. Tainted's voice suddenly comes from above Taiwuru's head. Sound as if it's in the ear, yet indeed one of the 9 heavens above. Why do you ask, Master Taoist? You have already laid down 8 divine swords for me. Now Sealing Ray only needs the last sword, and will be done soon. As it is here, yet this final act could prove treacherous and perilous with uncertainties. If you have any wish unfulfilled, I shall await you there. My unfulfilled wishes shall depend upon the success of the sealing. So be it. You may finish your unfulfilled wish. Do not leave yourself with any regret. Tainted finished, and his voice returned back to the highest heaven. Yet, his do not leave yourself with any regret still echoed loudly. Mindful of energy? Yeah. I mean, I'm glad we came in here. Oh my goodness, there's like nothing left in my town. In the place illuminated by divine light, one can see hundreds of birds chirping, spiritual light flowing. Manus. Rue solemnly buries the hilt of Manu Weave at the spot where Tainted cast down the demon sealing light. Demon sealing lights, heed my call and bind from 9. After a violent earthquake and 9 beams of light gradually converged into a single ray, 9 different visions began appearing in Taiwu village one by one, where people saw lapping blue waves, thunderous rumbling mountains, endless frozen lands permeating gold light, engulfing eerie flames, coiling divine long, jade warding talismans, life-giving maple. Finally, the sun and moon appeared together, and the heaven and earth merged as one. Encounter completed. Tainted flew up into the clouds, pointing his finger in a sweeping motion. At the first snarl, seemingly from the heavens, a fiendish barrier shattered. Then 9 thunderclaps roared in unison, their rumbles shaking the entire world in all directions. In a place of vast open sky, Tainted swept aside the celestial dome and leaped upwards. He let out a second snarl that rang across the heaven and the earth, and a myriad of pure chi answered the call, converging from all lands and realms. In an instant, the ground spawned boundless growth, and the sky stretched limitless. Immediately after that, Tainted shouted, "Go!" With his third snarl, his voice blared from the past and resounded into the future. The demon sealing light, originally bent in one strong beam, was divided to 9 beams once more. From within the 9 demon sealing lights, the 9 divine hilts flew into the sky and restored back to their complete form. Behold, there was the Manu Leave, its spiritual light as soft as water. Here is the Spirit Sealer, unbroken despite countless fights. There was the Dark Forest, lucid and translucent in the frigid gleam. There is the Fenghuang Cocoon, its golden radiance brighter than the golden sun. Under the divine light, there is the igneous blaze, its fires blazing brightly on different lives and shining with radiant beauty. Tracing the divine flow, there was a Candelor's trail, balanced yet unyielding, remaining ever varied. In the shadow under the haze, there was Vitalos, shifting between real and phantom at will. Among the raging clouds, turbulent winds, there was a demon bind, unrivaled in the past and present. Where was the sun and moon communes and the stars fall? Where the sky was clear and obstructed, there was the rainbow ultima, unmatched in yin and yang and unparalleled in the cosmos. The 9 must destroy Zongshu. Tainted continued to conjure his immortal power. The 9 divine lights wore together, forming a dome of sealing swords wards that descended upon Taiwu village. Yet, despite the mighty power of the sealing swords and ward, the fiend would never stand down so easily. The fiend kicked blood and ash in the air, spreading an enveloping black mist over the sky. Then he inverted the black stone, revealing the mountains of corpses and sea of blood beneath the earth. Focus up! Vile Zongshu, our fight lasted for 10 lifetimes already, and we were at each other's throats for thousands of years. I've lost all my strength to go to Mount Kai again. Fortunately, Taiwu emerged. Save the world, I shall call upon my 10 lifetimes of merit and vow to seal you in the abyss forever. Tainted shouted with a wave of his hand. Sealing swords ward pushed downward from the sky immediately. In the blink of an eye, a young monk showed himself in Taiwu village, confronting the sealing sword ward. The sealing swords ward burned fiercely with white flame, yet it was halted above the young monk's head, unable to drop further. Well, I called this one 140 hours ago. You truly speak errantly. There are only 9 broken swords here, so where comes your 10 lifetimes of merit? Even those 9 broken swords have already returned to mortal hands, the young monk chuckled, holding a blood-stained bundle, looking completely unafraid, glancing towards Rue as he spoke. Taiwu Rue have a vague feeling that something bad is happening. Really, Rue? Tainted's focus wavered, yet he spoke nothing. With a move of his hand, the sealing sword ward pressed down once more with force, but the young monk calmly unwrapped the blood-stained bundle in his embrace. Shufu's severed head rolled out. This time, everyone was filled with grief and horror. Grandmaster Shufu! I knew this guy was bad business. This old monk here does have the heart of the Buddhavista. It's a pity all he does is persuade others to brave the purgatory. No wonder he never attained ascension himself. But it's still a Buddha's head after all, so it could probably still hold its own against your 9 shattered swords. True enough, the sealing swords barely before being forced back considerably. No! Ah ha ha ha. I've endured humiliation, lived in hiding, and today my last master descended to this world. The young monk laughs madly, scooping up Shishufu's fresh blood and hurling it at the sealing sword ward. The instant the 9 divine swords touch blood, their brilliance fades, and they fall from the sky one after another. The sealing sword ward shatters like thunder, scattering into fireflies that burst apart. Ugh! I knew we should have taken that kid out. The divine light perished, and the world changed at once. With the shattering of the sealing sword ward, a giant bloody mouth opened and rose beneath Taiwu village in the young monk's hideous laughter. Not only did it devour half the world, it swallowed the head of Shishufu and the laughing young monk. In an instant, it grew colossal, towering fiend. I'm back. Tainted, it's been a while. Why did all the divine swords turn into metal scraps? Where now lies the Fuyu sword? Did you forget it upon Mount Kai? You've never brought it to the place of sorrow, didn't you? Xingshu laughed uproariously. He swung his 8 arms wide open and kicked up thousands of clouds of black mist, taking Tainted, who was floating midair, into his field of vision. Zongshu demons! The Fuyu sword was born with a spirit, yet with strong empathy comes bitterness of love. It felt unattained, it would become a fiend, even if it was not shattered by you. I would have my disciples break it as soon as possible to prevent the unleashing another evil on the world. I would have never used it in vanquishing fiends. Although Tainted spoke with determination, his eyes betrayed a deep reluctance and sorrow. Look at the Fuyu hilt. Strange, your disciple clearly doesn't obey your order to destroy the evil sword of chaos, but instead he raised it like his daughter. I destroyed the Fuyu sword for you, considering we've known each other for thousands of years. Yet, instead of being grateful to me and scolding the rebellious disciple, you dare come and chide me. Could it be you don't want to let loose the evil sword in the mortal realm too? Having heard that, Tainted frowned. Now, Fuyu rests in Taiwu's hands. It's exactly as it should be. Very well. Tainted nods gently, ignoring the demon's taunt. Gently stroke the Fuyu in your arms. Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. That's right. You wretched fiend. Oh, it's Long Yufu. Long time no see. You wretched fiend. You're at the end of your life, so cease your vile words meant to confuse that idiot Taoist mind. The idiot has always been righteous and forthright. When has he ever acted selfishly? Save your nonsense. Long Yufu scolded and fought against the black mist attacking Tainted, together with Zi Wuxiao. Yufu, you wicked bloom. Yes, I remember you clear as day. Back then, when I was still suffering Nuwa's divine flame at Mount Kai, it was you who bloomed in winter and mesmerized Tainted, leading him to sit entranced before you for 3 days straight. It was all thanks to you that Tainted missed the timing to add more fuel to the divine flame, causing the flame to weaken and allowing me a chance to escape. Mind in disarray. You, Long Yufu, was beyond angry. Despite her efforts in tearing apart the 3 clouds of black mist, she immediately hit heavily in the back by another 9 clouds of black mist. Ha 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 ha! Yet the most pitiable one is still you. Zongshu laughed at Zi Wuxiao, who was standing before Tainted. You are selfless, you are a fiend, and you are too low to be used. It's a shame that you forged the sword with your martyrdom and willingly surrendered yourself to eternal nothingness. I have witnessed all the suffering and ugliness in the world, yet I've never seen someone like you who sacrifices himself for hate. Tainted's heart aches with pain. That's nonsense. Oh, what brings this fleeting night? For we drift upon the flowing stream. Oh, what brings passing day? For we are faring on this boat together. I am grateful for your gracious fondness. Despite my lowly status, my heart is endlessly troubled, for I got to know you. Oh, on hills flourishing trees, oh, on trees flourishing the branches, oh, my heart finds joy in you, and lo, this humble bamboo is contented. Ziwu Shao chanted softly. Despite being hurt by the black mist, she remained unmoved by Zongshu. The heaven and earth are most pitiless, the plants are most ignorant. O bamboo, you are banished to the void and never to be reincarnated again. It was my mercy that brought me to save you with great dark flame. How would you be able to continue your unfinished business with tainted otherwise? Today, since you are satisfied, I shall return you to the void. Zongshu sighed, acting compassionate and lenient, but his demeanor turned vicious before he finished. Then he exhaled a dark aura at Ziwu Shao. Damn it. Suddenly, countless dark flames erupted from Ziwu Shao's body, engulfing her slender frame as she fell from the clouds. Wang Yufu was the first to dash forward and save her, but the dark flames were tools to reshape Ziwu Fu's innate soul, so how would they be extinguished so easily? Wang Yufu took great damage from the flames and fell to the ground together with Z. Tainted stood for a moment, eventually slowly closing his eyes. Then he drifted towards the two ladies like a feather dampened by rain, and cast themselves together into the dark flame. That was Tainted! Do not give up now! At first, the world was enveloped in deep silence, and then Taiwu Ru's cries could not be heard. The sun, the moon, the stars ceased to move. The pure chi gradually sank downward as the turbid chi rose upward. The clouds dispersed and the mist dimmed. Then a faint splash of crimson ash from an unknown origin silently shrouded the horizon. Oh my gosh, we're already through the next coffee. All creatures are born to fall, as the heavens and earth are burned in turmoil. When the nascent world was first formed in creation's start, here arose I, the primal fiend of all fiends. With a horrible roar, the land shattered and the world trembled. Zongshu had escaped. The hilt of the divine sword dropped from the sky one by one. The sealing sword ward was no more. As the world fell into ruin, Zongshu lifted his foot and stomped the sun and moon, and then in an instant, his form grew twice in size. He opened his hands and crushed the stars, and his form doubled in size once more. He tore away a piece of the heaven and dug up half the earth, stuffing them into his belly. And then his form grew another time. Eventually, the mortal realm lost all, and everything is now without light. Could it be the end of the mortal world is now? Could it be that the end of the mortal world is now? Ru stood between the crushing current of black stone and blood ash, murmuring and questioning. Yet, in this boundless, endless darkness, Taiwu Ru's heart was left with only emptiness. It was a question that arose from somewhere beyond words. It was a question no one could answer. No one could ever answer it. No one responded. Only the sword chimed. It's Dune. Save who you can save. Punish who you can punish. The resounding sword chime rang in Taiwu Ru's hand. Ru looked down in a trance and saw the hilt glowing a weak white light and trembling. Fu Will, are you still willing to vanquish the fiend? Yeah, it's a paddling time, said the sword. With a radiant light, the divine sword chimed with power. Yes, does it matter if I give birth to this world? Would it matter if I'm no longer in this world? Oh, Fu Yu, you and I should only focus on vanquishing the evil. Let us not fret if those before us and after us would make the world a better or worse place. The divine sword chimed with power. As righteousness teetered on the brink of demise in the mortal realm, a lone star braved the gloomy long night. Amidst the shadows, foul and deep, a white light shone as a solitary figure stood undaunted. With no heavenly clouds, taught in no Taoist art, ordained by no heaven will, guided by no immortals or Buddha, the person leapt across mountains, upheaved when the earth crushed asunder beneath, and trod the hanging gashes where the sky had sundered and torn. Into the swarming fiends they charged, they crossed the perils and dangers beyond count. Somehow they scaled the highest of the 9 heavens they did, and arrived at last before Zongshu. We're gonna tickle him with our sword hilt. Hold tight the Fuyu hilt and unleash your desperate strike. Taiwu Ru held the Fuyu hilt and launched a desperate strike. However, the fiend was too powerful. Even with Ru exerting all their strength, the attack only barely slashed across Zongshu's waist, inflicting only a small wound. Zongshu didn't even look or notice in the slightest. Ru's strength was depleted in that single attack, and immediately after began to fall from the high sky towards the ground below. It seems this is the end. At that very moment, something suddenly flew atop the cliff. It had a full set of limbs atop its head, and with a spiritual seal being morphed into a parasol. It was as if an immortal had descended themselves. Immortal Zhu! Haha, you are a reckless one, child. I almost lost you. Immortal Zhu scolded and laughed as he swooped in from midair, catching Ru and propelling them in a burst of chi, flying them to the cliff on the other side. This situation's truly familiar. I thought you would leave and never return, Master Immortal. Aye, this is... there's no escaping it. There's no avoiding it, Immortal Zhu said, shaking his head and rolling on the cliff edge together with Ru. The cliff was about to collapse and the world was about to crumble. Immortal Zhu stood up from the cliff edge and glanced at the Fuyu hilt, still shining brightly in Ru's hand. He lost in his own thought and then looked around atop the cliff and shouted, "Little blacksmith, you have lost today, for you failed to account for my master's merit, destroyed in an instant. Your chances are all lost now, though you did not hesitate to make me into a blood proxy of Huangxin with your fiendish arts. Well, it serves a purpose now, just as you wish. Huangxin's bloody proxy?" For a long time, there was no response from the cliff. Only after another round of earth-shattering did an old voice come from the cliff. "You petty lost souls, such insistent nagging, you shall obey my command. Who's that person atop the cliff?" Suddenly, Immortal Zhu yelped loudly and lost control of his limbs. 6 seams of blood gushed out from his meridian orifices. 3 flew to the Fuyu hilt and 3 flew straight at Zongshu. Where's the blood going? When it comes, I shall accept it with grace. It is not me who waits for the seasons to come. It is always spring and autumn that await my presence. As fate would have it, the destiny's will cannot be denied. What are you saying, Immortal? As fate would have it, the destiny will cannot be denied, Immortal Zhu said, and his body wasted away and soul shattered. On this day, he was no more. Immortal Zhu! Before the immortal cries could fully voice, before the tears of blood could fully flow, Zongshu tilted his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. It turned out there were 3 drops of blood had wormed their way into Zongshu's body through tiny wound on his waist that Ru had inflicted earlier desperate strike. You guys are making me really nervous because you're so quiet. Hang on, I'm gonna alt-tab and make sure I didn't lose chat. No, I didn't. As the blood entered the fiend's body, divine light manifested post-haste. The 3 streams of blood within Zongshu immediately formed 3 pure phantom swords. The white swords wreaked havoc in Zongshu's stomach fiercely and charged straight for his throat. The phantom swords, are they going after the sword blade of Fuyu hilt? We're alive? I appreciate that. Making me nervous. The demonic blood crushed from the sky like a giant wave. Amidst the sea of blood, 3 white lights lifted a rusted sword blade corroded by the fiend, bursting forth from his throat. It flies straight towards the Fuyu hilt in Taiwu Ru's hand. Yet the Fuyu hilt trembles violently, as if a mighty foe is near. The fiend lies within the sword. Slay the black fiend first, the old man atop the cliff shouts. The fiend lies within the sword. Take on the black fiend. Oh, here we go. Now, we have one problem. We've used up a lot of our best medicines. So, that's not good. Do I have anything to repair? Yes. Ironically enough, we didn't take very many hits that actually did damage. Okay, we're gonna have to buff up the best we can. That is unfortunate. I literally thought that we were already at the finale when we were down there. I didn't think we were going to come back up here. We're down to a 35% boost. That feels bad, man. $45. Okay, that one's at least decent. Antidotes, poisons. Inner breath is my days. We have a good one here. I really hope I don't have to roll another month. That would be unfortunate. Yeah, we're running low, Harrower. We gotta cook. We need some time to cook. I believe our wounds were also low. We're all the way down to a white. Feels bad, man. Okay, we have the 4 basic protection things used. Chi penetration, Physical defense. I think we are gonna consume that. Parry, I need a chi defense. Okay, move speed. Resilience, parry. I still need breath, and I still need attack speed, I think. Physical pin. Stance recovery and inhale recovery. Okay, I'm gonna take that one. Man, my chi defense is just horrible, isn't it? 7%. 7% of 2,000 would be 140. It would be better just to take this one. Okay, hold that thought. We may come back to that. Resistance, parry, parry, dodge. Okay, cast speed. We have not done a cast speed yet. We definitely want that. Equipment and attack speed. Yeah. Okay. That's gonna be our set. Alright, I'll tell you what though. I'm definitely gonna need some more coffee because my voice is going. We're gonna take a rare second break. My apologies for that, but I don't want to lose my voice while we're in the middle of the end here. So we're gonna take a quick, another $5. I'm gonna make another cup of coffee so that we can continue going. And then on we march. I need YouTube. All right, as usual, we're gonna take a $5 here. You'll get the timer on the screen, and then I will be right back. Oh, and then I didn't unmute myself. I went ahead and made tea because I wanted to be really serious here. Okay. Ooh. We are out of resources, so we're really hoping that we can finish this up this month. We're very low on energy, so if we have to do any movement whatsoever, the month's gonna roll over, and that's gonna be exceptionally bad for me. What does she say? What do you mean, what does she say? Yeah, this was the tutorial girl, Night Ray. We had that discussion earlier. She is Fuyu, so we have, because the demon is Fuyu and Fuyu is the demon, we have to destroy her if we're gonna have any hope of finishing him off, is my understanding. The sword before their eyes, the black fiend revealed itself. Taiwu Ru's vision blurred for a moment and found Huang Xin standing next to the cliff with her head down. Malevolence Zongshu. He had kidnapped Hong Xing's innate soul. He had stolen Hong Xing's power. He had taken Hong Xing's form. He will die 1,000 times. Well, here you go. 1,000 deaths would not be enough for her crimes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we didn't look at the skills. Scroll of Taiwu. When they're defeated the first time, the next battle phase begins. Every time her attack is deflected, she gains a buff, increasing the affected hit rate. Every time she fails to deflect an enemy, she gains a buff of corresponding deflection. That sucks. Unleash. When casting Divine Power, it applies 1 buff to Hong Xuan, increases a random secondary attribute. Unsheath. When casting Divine Power, 2 of Hong Xin's impairments will turn into buffs. When casting Divine Power, it applies 1 buff to Hong Xin that increases physical penetration and chi penetration. When casting this Divine Power, it applies 1 buff that increases a random secondary attribute and 1 debuff on the enemy that reduces a secondary attribute. When this power reaches 100%, it seals all the enemy's non-permanently sealed annihilation arts for a short time. That sucks. When casting this Divine Power, 2 of Hong Xin's negative statuses will change into buffs. Okay, so debuffing her is not really going to help us. Increases physical pin, chi pin, 1 debuff on the enemy. Can seal my nimbles. Gains 1 divine style for every 1 distance she moves. When defending with this art, for every buff they have, their direct damage is reduced. Direct damage is directly reduced, and the direct damage is greatly increased when she has divine style. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything that looks super tricky, just buffs and debuffs that I don't really have much that can affect that too much. So we just need to get her put down, basically. Okay. So Golden Bell is going to be the way to go. We don't need the Chi Culmination. She also does not have anything that does Sway. And we're definitely going to have at least a second phase. Okay, she's backing away. Okay. When casting my power, has 1 buff. Okay, I think we're gonna yin-yang this. Hopefully. Phew. Because I also want to flip over. We're gonna need to go to movement. If she's not gonna let me get... Actually, hang on. Let's Toad Kick in, and then let's see what happens. Okay, she changed weapons. All right, let's see if we can not have to go to Rush Leaf. And let's also see if she gets openings. Okay, she does. Good. I didn't think I read anything in there that said immune, but... Okay, another unleash. I can't afford this, and I probably won't be able to, so we just have to take it. I think we just take it for now. Alright, let's see how bad this is. Okay, this is with Golden Bell. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, lots of openings, so we need to do 14 other wounds somehow. Another unleash. Okay. I'm gonna need to redo my Golden Bell here momentarily. Okay, we have Thunderous Juke up. We're going for it. This will be a nice one. What does your resistances look like? 1,300. That's really difficult? Yeah. We're at the end of the game some manner. I don't know. I literally thought we were fighting Zhongshu and we were done. So this has been quite the little Korean Chinese drama of things happening. All right, we're gonna go for the juke. I am gonna go in here. I don't like having to click that encourage. If I have to toad kick in, I'll have to just come turn that off. I want them to auto do it because I miss out on time. They're faster than I can do it. Okay, no defense for you. Okay, that's not the numbers I need. Those are the numbers I need. Okay, not bad, not bad. We can immediately go back into Golden Bell. Yeah, we just take those. Just literally spamming Unleash on me. Perfect. Oh, we're so close. We don't have an acupoint or anything. And we missed our stab. Oh. Okay, do we hit? Yes. Okay, let's juke. And as soon as we're done juking, we go into Golden Bell. This may be her end, assuming she has no cheat that I missed. Okay, we're okay. Nope, we're not okay. We're in phase 2. Okay, Spirit Edge applies 1 buff that increases a random secondary attribute and 1 debuff on the enemy that reduces secondary attribute. When this divine power reaches 100%, it seals the enemy's non-permanently sealed annihilation arts for a short time. All right, well, joke's on you. I actually can't run anything at the moment. We'll go ahead and do our Unleash. And I think... I don't want to wait till it's too late. We'll wait. Do I want to do a heal? I'm going to think about that for a second while I get my tea open. Do I want to use a heal here? I'm concerned that it's just going to be like last time where I go from okay to, oh, you can't heal that. And I don't know how much of a gauntlet we're going to be in. What's being buffed and debuffed? Good question. Scroll of Taiwu. Nope. Seals. Buff. Extra parry, extra resist, extra cast speed. That's all she has so far. We have our Monkey Mastery. We have a little less cast speed and chi art efficiency. And they've sealed some stuff. So nothing major at the moment, at least. Well, joke's on her. I couldn't afford any of these anyways, so there you go. Did she heal? Oh, no, we went to the next phase. I was gonna say, wait a minute, did she heal? No, she didn't. I think we throw a heal out. I think I want to throw a heal out. Well, no. Let's get enough so we can run a technique when the seal ends, and then we'll look at doing that. Okay, right now we would not be able to do anything. It is going to be time to heal. Okay, we could actually throw something out. Let's do that heal injury. Oh, what bad timing. Shoot. Man, I did that last time too. God, I have to abort that. I can't not do that. All right, let's yin yang that one. And when it hits, we'll switch to Golden Bell. God, that sucks. That was such bad timing. I did that twice. Okay, and now let's heal. But we've wasted a heal now. Okay, and now we're waiting to actually be able to hit. Nope. Wait, did I just have a defeat? No, I healed everything off. She's giving me a status marker. Can't heal that. All right, now unfortunately we could juke right now, but it's not up. I can't see how much time I have on my Golden Bell, but I have a feeling it's gonna wear out. Let's put a fresh one up. It just sealed me again. Okay, I guess we're gonna win this fight on reflect damage. Okay, I think we're okay for the timing on this one, but it's gonna be a little close. Okay, split edge, I might, I really don't want to use a companion for that, but I also just need to be able to send an attack. The second we get the opportunity. Yeah, just literally refreshing my seals on me. One debuff is maxed out. You talking about this? You can see the time. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. I never actually look at that. I always look at the bar, but you're right. I should do it via that. Okay, we win via Golden Bell. Did I even hit her with anything? I juked once, right? Or was that in phase 1? I think in phase 1 I juked. In phase 2 I never was allowed to attack. When a debuff gets the maximum power, you gain the health marker. Okay. Babel stumbling his way to victory is all I have to say about that. Ru defeated the Black Fiend, who was born from Zhongxin's innate soul after corruption of Zhongshu. Grab that picture. With the Black Fiend vanquished, Fuyu's sword's edge was freed of all the rust stains, and the sword radiates a bright light, flying straight up into the broken sky. Daunted by the bright light, Zhongshu unleashes an earth-shattering roar, falling into the sea of blood. Innate souls of millions tear free from the wound on his throat. Zhongshu slowly shrunk. His form was colossal at first, covering the heavens. Then he took on the form of a raging long that rampaged across the whole sea. Then he shrunk into an enormous elephant. Then he became a towering mountain peak. I didn't hear no bell? Yes, you did. You heard the Golden Bell. However, though his demonic body is vanquished, his evil did not diminish in the slightest. While the divine sword shone brightly, his ultimate end remained shrouded and unclear. Zhongshu opened his 12 bizarre eyes, looking over at Taiwu Ru with a crimson glare. Taiwu, Taiwu, Taiwu again! I can devour the heavens and gorge the earth. I slew all immortals. I exterminated the Buddha of the past and future. I was born of Pongu's true blood. Pongu is like the creator in their myth, the original creator of the mortal realm. I experienced all realms and paths. I am boundless and limitless. How dare you defy me? I shall have you body and soul destroyed. The fiend's furious growl shook your soul to its core. Need a bell emotion? I mean, yeah, maybe. You could throw a few greed coins in. The fiend's furious growl shook your soul to its core. Rue was all but a mortal who eats only earthly grain, perplexed by a myriad of emotions and feelings. Mortals live in the most fragile vessel that meets its end so easily and has the most fragile, susceptible mind in the world. Such an inferior creature, how could they not be frightened? How could they not be startled? Yet, as the way of heaven declared, push a thing too far and it will go the other way. What was once weakness will turn around and become its strength. Rue closed her eyes. See, look, they even used there properly. There. Taiwu closed their eyes and yet could see clearly in the mind. There the fiend ran rampant. Men, women, elders, and children fought in their mortal bodies and arts in desperation. In another place, amidst the mountains of corpses and sea of blood, enemies fought shoulder to shoulder and lovers died hand in hand. Yet there, deep in the profound darkness, there's glints of firelight. Amongst the enchanting tones, shouts of defiance echoed all around. Upon the blood ashes, seeds thriving to take root. Under the blackstone, fragrant grass was about to sprout. Before one realizes, a drop of clarity quietly entered Rue's mind, clearing the haze that clouded the mind. As gentle as spring breeze melting away the ice, as tender as autumn and wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Suddenly, the world opened up wide, and towering trees grew, reaching the heavens. The blossoming flowers flourished in blooming profusion. Unknown trees and never seen before blooms were everywhere. Before anyone could realize, the heaven and earth blended together as one, and everything turned hazy and surreal. Dead and nameless, dazed and shapeless. Dead and nameless, Rue chanted in their mind. Dazed and shapeless, a voice responded in agreement. O brilliant black immortal, Taiwu Rue continued to chant. Our heart shall shine bright and light, they both chanted together.
Who could now wield such mighty power? In a flash, the divine sword unsheathed at long last. What a marvelous sword of egolessness. What an incredible Fuyu sword. Taiwu suddenly snapped open their eyes. The hilt of Fuyu and the blade of Fuyu had already become one, firmly in their grasp. Quan Xin now stood at Taiwu's side, hand in hand, their swords pointed together at the demon horde.
All right, we got the heroic flute playing. If you're a bad guy, you just heard boss music. Who could now wield such a genuine power? In a flash, the divine sword unveiled at long last. Oh, look at it, boys. We got the whole baby. We got the whole sword. What a marvelous sword of egoness. What an incredible Fuyu sword. Taiwu Rue's eyes snapped open again, and the Fuyu hilt and the Fuyu sword edge have at last been rejoined in one grasp. Hongshuan stood now at Taiwu Rue's side and smiled at Rue, clasping hands upon the sword with Taiwu Rue, and together they direct their edge at the fiend. You evil outlaw! You had sowed suffering among the mortals and blinded the world. With this strike I shall cut down your vile spirit and eliminate your evil roots. Hongshin and Rue condemned powerfully in unison. You began drawing power from the Fuyu sword and formed it into a powerful burst of energy. Okay. We won't be able to imprison him, guys. So we can't turn Zongshu into a mount. Rip and Taylor? I think you mean that's a paddlin'. Save who you can save, punish who you can punish. Okay, well, there's not much I can do here, but let's make sure to repair. This is kind of important for me because I do so much damage to my sword sometimes. If it's a really long fight. We were already medicined up. There's nothing I can do there. Did you change your tune? Not really. All right, if he does the sway stuff, we know what to do. Any chance we can equip? No, is the answer. Twin Lotus Knuckles, if we could put on. I'm just debating. Should we throw on soul absorption? I think the answer is no. I think I need to keep that utility just in case we go into another phase and he starts gaining true chi or something. Yeah, if he tries to sway me, they will just auto-end him. This one does not say we need to live for a certain amount of time. Okay, whew. Man, I'm nervous, guys. I am nervous. Okay, we do have to survive those 9 seconds. So I think we're gonna not put any defense on in case we need to throw a chi culmination on for an early sway. Okay, he's hitting for just internal and external. Oh. Okay, and I was right. We have 8 seconds until we can defend, so I am going to throw a chi culmination on. Hopefully we can just not use an early reincarnation. That would be really sad. I hope we can at least tank 2 of these. Okay, that wasn't too bad. There's only 1.8 seconds left. All right, let's Golden Bell. This will protect me more against this type of damage. Oh man, and he just went shoot. Well, shoot. Man, he's fast on that. Can't defend, and we're not going to be able... Okay, we're just eating this one. We may as well Toad Kick, I suppose. Oh, and then... Well, that's fine. We don't have any abilities anyways. Bungled again. Well, at least that's a different mistake than I've been making. Oh, we were close to affording it, but we didn't get there. 3 seconds. Two seconds, dang it. All right, well, at least we can afford it properly this time. Man, you know he's evil because he does daze damage. Oh man, we do so much better with that too. All right, defend is now up though. So we're gonna swap over to this, and if he sways me, he eats a defend. And I actually have a juke. You know what? Yeah. Do it, team. Oh man. Oh man. He has 2,000 and we just did 875. So I would need 3 jukes to be able to give him an injury. That's not stellar. Okay. E is first up. He will never forgive Zhang Shu for his part in killing you. Never. Oh no! He was so slow casting it. Oh, that makes me angry. He was so slow casting it that it wore out before the ability went off. Okay, we need to give this a little bit of go and then use the defend. That's annoying. All right, we've cicadaed once. All right, there we go, phase 2. Now it's raining blood. That's perfect. He's like, no, that was my life to give. Yeah, and mom is down. Mom is down. I mean, it's just mental damage, so, you know, she'll be okay as long as we win the fight. Man, oh, can you imagine how bad he feels about that? And his 17 seconds of cooldown that he now has. Okay, has anything changed here? Reduce damage taken. New battle phase begins. Okay, this is the reincarnation thing. Still 2,000. Hopefully he continues to sway. I don't think I need long, so when we are ready to put another ability on, I think we're going to do Plummet of Fireballs. Okay. You gonna sway me, bro? Okay, I see that you're doing a little teleporty stuff. That's cute. Senseless Heart. This is not sway. This is normal damage. Man, and he is absolutely pummeling me here. He's gonna give me some openings. That's gonna suck. The dragon behind us did change. Okay, we have a fresh golden bell. Do we switch over to a yin yang? And I think the answer is yes. I think we can beat him with a toad kick and still get this off. I'm gonna be a little spicy here. I do want the encourages. And then a yin yang. I'm doing this because I want to get in close. Oh, and we whiff completely. Another one. Okay. Okay, that's Cicada 2, I believe. Okay. Okay, we can do an unleash, sure. A piddly amount of damage. Am I missing something here? Senseless Heart. Yeah, I use Cicada. Am I missing something here? We're not even close to doing anything at the moment. We have a juke coming up, but it's gonna take me more than a juke to do even a single wound. Okay. Okay, he's also staying out, and he's sealed my toad kick. Alright, we're gonna need speed here. YouTube froze. Oh no. That's not good. Nothing on my end, so we're okay there at least. Okay, I'm gonna turn on Rush Leaf because we need to at least try to get distance. He switched to a physical. Okay, change of plans. We're gonna yin yang that. Ow. Okay, Rush Leaf. And then Golden Bell. Man, having Toad Kick closed. Dexterity again. I mean, we yin-yang it. Okay, we have an attack. Senseless Heart. Is he not going to do any sway in phase 2? we might be in a lot of trouble. I can't seem to close distance with him. And he sealed Toad Kick. That really... Okay, you know what? I'm going to leave that one on. Okay, we can try to hit with this. That's Cicada 3. Oh, I think we totally lose this. Reduces damage taken because we have less than 9 reincarnations. That's kind of a crap ability, by the way. I had no indication from the entirety of our playthrough that that was going to be a requirement. So unless somebody spoiled it, there is no way I could have known that we would have needed that. I do not like... This is a gotcha, and I hate... And gotchas and I gotcha. I hate mechanics like that. If they had been like, oh, by the way, you probably need 9 reincarnations, well, I would have went and did that. Yeah, but that's spoilers, Justa. That's not the game saying anything. But even then, we wouldn't be winning this fight at the moment. Okay, our defense did go down. We're finishing our attack here. Golden Bell back up. Hey, he's in range at least. Hey, at least we can Golden Bell. That gives me a little bit of hope. Senseless Heart. We just take it. If we had all tier 1 stuff. I mean, our build has been good until this point. Man, he is just loving spamming that. I don't think this is gonna last, so I'm gonna cancel and recast it. Okay, that is another Cicada. Reach dissipation true chi in an actual encounter. I think that's number 4. I don't think we can afford the next one. Let's throw our true chi recuperation on here. Yeah, and even with my reflect damage, he's nowhere near there. There's a profession that can remove the skill. Okay. Senseless Heart. Hold on a second. Let me look at your stuff. Is there a way I can trick him into dazing me? What is your daze ability? This guy. +3 near and +2.5 far. So he's just choosing not to do that ability. And I'm not going to be able to do either one. I'm not going to be able to do anything that's going to force him to do it, movement-wise. Fine. Did you turn off my Golden Bell? Another Senseless Heart, and that was actually another... That was number 5, I believe, Cicada. I think we are toast, gentlemen. Unless he suddenly decides he's gonna sway. I guess we've been trying to get in close. Let's pull back to our max distance and see if maybe the distance will get him to do it. Yeah, I think this is the end of this one. Man, him being able to seal that too is just really painful. Okay, still dexterity. Oh man, and my defense went down. He's really slow at casting these. Okay, so I need about 2 seconds left on an ability. Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, 32, because I thought we were at the point of no return, so we'll see. Struck fatally by Zongshu, Ru collapses in a pool of blood. Ah! The light of the Fuyu sword in Ru's hand fades away, and the sword turns to ashes in an instant. Hong Chun nodded softly to Ru, and with a gentle smile, she dispersed into the wind. Having missed the chance to vanquish the fiend, Zongshu could now roam free in the human world, raining atrocities everywhere. No longer would there be any peace in the world, for all the dwellers are either evil or vile. Endless suffering spread throughout the world after The footsteps of Zhong Shu. Arr. Or, hold. Has it all ended here, Taiwu? In a distant, unreachable voice calls out to Taiwu Ru. For some reason, I cannot speak. Is it Nuwa? Has it all ended, Taiwu? A distant, unreachable voice calls out to Taiwu Ru, and with it, a colossal shadow slowly emerges. Ha says the 9 reincarnation is complete BS. Yeah, again, I would be fine with that if they mentioned it in game. People spoiling it, that doesn't work. I'm not going to act on other information. And actually, I didn't pick up that we needed that there, so subtle, I guess. But yeah, that's the same with the days, but like times 100. You're at the point of no return. At least the game makes you feel that way. Oh, by the way, did you do this one optional mechanic? Oh, well then you're gonna hurt. Like if transferring Taiwus also counted, I feel like that would be a lot more fair, right? That just feels bad. That's terrible design. All right, but it doesn't seem like it's all over yet. Or at least we have an ending, one way or the other. Has it all ended here, Taiwu? A distant, unreachable voice calls out to Ru, and with it, a colossal shadow emerges. I struggle to respond. Could it be all was in vain? Do you harbor regret? The distant voice sighs softly. Though Taiwu Ru cannot speak, a ripple stirs in their heart. Well, Horror, if you were trying to tell me to reincarnate, I'm very disappointed in you because I asked for no spoilers. So, that's all I have to say about that. The realm lies in ruins. Heaven and earth have dispersed. What bitter regret. The immortals retreat from the world, ending in disgrace. What bitter regret. Hongshuan has fallen. Fuyu's destroyed. What bitter regret. Great power never once displayed. What bitter regret. All worldly affairs attained, aligned with will. No regret at all. I feel like... I feel sorry for her. I wish we could have beaten it together. That was a cool cutscene. These aren't tied to our mindset, weirdly enough, which I would have accepted. 9 reincarnations of Taiwu. But even then, I would have assumed that changing Taiwu characters would have counted as a reincarnation in that case. Okay, Hongshuan has fallen. Fuyu's destroyed. What bitter regret. If you could obtain an object to break the veil of all ignorance and chaos, perhaps then the voice trails off. Obtain that object? The shadow sinks into darkness, and then an unseen force pulls Ru into a swirling vortex of pitch black. We're reincarnating in as Ru. Okay, so are we just gonna have to go through 9 reincarnations of ourself? We need the trait from 9? Apparently we do. All right, well, we're reincarnating as ourself, and you know what? It does say current, so future Taiwus do count. Weirdly enough. Okay. Well, all right. Let's do our inheritance. We want to do legacy. All right. What would be helpful to us? Constitution. Actually, yes. Okay, I have 26,000. We needed some extra root bone. We could actually use the... I actually don't know if we need that. We may throw those on, we may not. Meridian Harmony. Sure. Root Health, sure. And I don't need these for sure, so we'll obtain a random legacy. And we want... Those are base stats. Extra... A lot of these would not be very useful. Yeah, some of them are. We could use some more Constitution. We could use some more Root Bone. I have some extra stats. I'll double check. Oh, that's right, because we finished a sword mount. Two of them, actually. All right, Constitution. Okay. Oh, Select one to inherit. What am I not doing here properly? Oh, there we go. Okay, root bone, yes. Somebody said, right, I forgot about that. We have to actually turn these on. So we actually have 3 sword bound abilities. Comprehension doesn't matter. Charm doesn't matter. Lifespan doesn't matter. Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, no need for lifespan. All right, so assuming this is going to keep triggering, we can get to 9 here. I guess that's a little bit better, but I'm still salty. I'm definitely still salty here. Root bone. Constitution. These were stats that we were missing that would help, so that's something at least. Give up strength. No. We'll take some extra agility in that case. Okay, we can't afford any more. Let's turn this on. We have 9,000 left. In that case, I'll take the Chi Arts. I'll take the Unique. I think we're gonna end up probably turning on like everything here. I really don't need Charm. I really don't need Willpower. So these are better than that. But I won't say no to free stats, and apparently they're free stats. The favor really doesn't matter. All right, but whatever, I can afford it. Okay, this is reincarnation number 4, so ouch. Thanks, Nuwa, I appreciate it. Where is this? The swirling black vortex event abruptly vanishes. Roof floats lightly to the ground. Everything appears both familiar and utterly strange. The world is silent, time itself is frozen, as though nothing moves anymore. Is this Taiwu village? At that moment, white silhouettes appear around Taiwu Ru, each one a sword hilt in the hand. One by one, the figures vanish and the hilts in their hands begin to dissolve into white light. The light gradually converge from all directions before Taiwu Ru. What is this? They stole my duck, you're right. He died for our sins. The white light expands, glowing sphere. Within it, Ru sees countless memories of her past, moments repeating in endless cycles. These are my past, Taiwu? Suddenly, the dark flame erupts from the sphere. A giant black shadow rises from the earth. In the midst of the darkened heavens, a single beam of white light, a lone figure, rises a sword hilt and slashes towards the shadow. Ru stumbles at the sight, a sharp pain striking her chest like a chisel. Uncontrollable, the psyche trembles. In that instant, the glowing sphere shrinks violently, transforming into the shape of the sword hilt. Fuyu, you've returned, Ru blurts out, voice suddenly choked with emotion. Yet the Fuyu hilt does not respond. It slowly floats towards the distance, a place that resembles the village. Follow the hilt. Oh, apparently we're in like purgatory. It seems but a single incense stick of time has passed, or perhaps 3 days and 3 nights. Ru feels her steps grow heavier and heavier. The Fuyu hilt flies faster and faster. Can't lose Fuyu again, not this time. At that, Ru suddenly stumbles. Her travel bag falls to the ground, lightening her burden. Continue chasing. Okay, that sounds very dangerous, and I'm not allowed to do anything to it. No one knows how much time has passed when suddenly countless voices rise all around. They chant the 4 books, the 5 classics, the Taoist scriptures, and the Buddhist sutra. Taiwu Ru hears them and for some reason becomes unbearably vexed. Breathing itself grows difficult. Do not disturb me. With a single thought, all surrounding voices fall silent. Ru also ceases to feel overwhelmed. Only clarity remains in the chest. The mountains and waters, the flowers and trees, before their eyes no longer hold distinctions of blue or green, poverty or evil. Mountains are simply mountains, water simply water. No longer are the judgments and beauties crookedness. Flowers are just flowers, trees are simply trees. Continue chasing the hilt. Taiwu's fine arts acquired have completely been eradicated and scattered here. We're just leaving stuff behind, huh? Before long, countless phantoms descend once more from unknown places. The specters are formless yet substantial, wielding powerful martial skills. One moment, a blade slices towards Taiwu Ru. The next, a staff swings down. Ru cannot resist nor escape. Soon, she is covered in wounds and tormented beyond measure. What kind of villains are you? Have you learned this move? The phantom asks in unison, thrusting a sword or striking a palm as they speak. Ignoring her shouted questions, Ru grits her teeth, meets the attack, and realizes these are clearly techniques she once mastered. The moves are unmistakably my specialties. The more she analyzes, the more violently the phantoms strike. Yet, when Ru simply flails a limb or kicks randomly, the phantoms retreat. Have you learned it? Do you understand it? The phantoms ask in unison. I have not learned it. I have not understood it. Ru endures the pain, still clinging to the hilt. No matter what, she refuses to give up. When a single part of the body remains uninjured, she lets out a thunderous cry and throws the final punch with all her might. This punch is not a formal technique or a forbidden art. It's firm as stone, powered purely by will. And then the phantoms dissipate, as if answering the cry from Taiwu Ru. I have not learned it. I will not understand it. They vanish without a trace. Continue chasing the Fuyu hilt. All martial arts have been completely destroyed. It's Dune! Dune, what are you doing? Grandpa? Actually, no. Father? Is that you? Dune, he would be proud. Within Taiwu village, inside the ancestral temple, a stone house stands. Within it, a figure male holds a sword hilt and quietly chants. All forms of suffering and delusion, none escape the net. To see self and not the self, no demons remain. The true formula of subtle word by word, each phrase striking the heart. This is the sword formula of the Fuyu sword, and the hilt they hold is the Fuyu hilt. It's male. All forms of suffering and delusion, none escape the net. To see the self as not the self, no demons remain. Mel continues chanting, soon falling into a trance. Just ahead, an oddity chained to a massive rock with dozens of dark iron chains continues to thrash more violently. The scene feels familiar, strange. Why can't I remember? Ru grows dazed at the sight. The people and events of the past flash before her eyes, then vanish like smoke, like mist. What's happening? You. Taiwu Ru, all the experiences, the people, the things you have known, all sealed deep within the heart and mind. Yes. We're getting attacked. A deafening clash of metal and terrifying roar yank Taiwu Ru back to reality. The oddity chained on the stone has broken free and now battles Male reciting sword formula. Clearly Male is losing the fight. Too bad, could this truly be a disciple that's followed to the corrupted path of Zongshu? Taiwu Ru turns pale. Seeing Male about to be torn apart by the deviated swordsmith villa, her act without hesitation and leaps forward, dash forward. In the blink of an eye, just as the possessed is about to pounce on Male, the Fuyu hilt shoots forth, blocking the blow at the last instant and knocking the attacker to the ground. Gradually, Ru feels the world around her becomes vivid and real. There is no Male, and the one battling possessed, wielding the Fuyu hilt, is no more other than Taiwu Ru herself. Hold tight to the sword and embrace the heavenly secret. Close your eyes and sink deep within the tranquil void. As if it were an innate skill, Ru uses the hilt and gently taps the deviated disciple. Swordsmith Villa's forehead 3 times. We're becoming Dune. As all are born from suffering, from which none may escape, see no self within oneself, and behold that our fiends fade and selflessness light. The deviated disciple, the swordsmith Villa, saved by the Fuyu hilt, kowtows repeatedly in gratitude. Ru's consciousness once again begins to scatter like mist and cloud. Footsteps grow louder outside the stone house, and somewhat familiar voice calls out from the doorway. Return to the dreaming soul. Achieve the ending, return to the dreaming soul. So we did get an ending here. You saved the lunatic from Swordsmith Villa. Who are you? I am Taiwu. The dream has ended, and I once more merge with the past Taiwu as one. With a sword I renew, me as one to go. From what felt like hours, Ru slowly opened their eyes and found themselves lying on the earthen bed within a thatched hut. Taiwu has awoken. While Taiwu Ru is drowned in confusion and puzzlement, The voice of a girl suddenly sounded from outside the window. Before long, many villagers flooded the thatched cottage. The girl hurriedly reaches up. This is the beginning of the game. Who are you? Who are you guys? How did I arrive here? I'm Ning Yu Tong. You saved the swordsmith. Granny Fing? I know Granny Fing from the ancestral temple. Having heard that, Ning snorts. Ancestral temple's been dismantled by the bad guys. What's happening? Please take me to the ancestral temple. Inquire about the villages. Did we... Okay, this is okay for spoilers here. Did we literally go back to the start of the game? That is brutal. You lose the fight, you have to restart your game. There are indeed many mysteries here. Seeing that Taiwu's at a loss, Ning quietly tugged on their sleeve. I've heard the old people of the village there's an ancient tomb. Somewhere outside the village. Inside the tomb lives an immortal that knows everything. If you ask questions, perhaps you could find him. As heaven and earth embrace all things equally, a mortal who obtained the Tao would be no different anymore. Really? Great. If you find the tomb, don't forget to bring me there too. Nod. Later that day, more and more folks of the martial world wanders nearby. Taiwu's return. With everyone's support, Ru naturally looks at the mantle of Taiwu. I came to know this place following Father's instructions while working for Father. Taiwu Ancestry, core material. A genealogy book. Use it to build the ancestral temple. We literally went back to the beginning of the game, I think. Villager dispatch unlock. Okay. Okay. Observe the past to understand the future. Okay, well, maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Return to the dreaming soul like a fantasy. In the obscure, there's heaven and earth. All right, take me over there, I guess. If it'll let us get back to what we can fight. Oh, look who's in our party, too. It's Situ and Noah. Oh, and we just had something pop up that said 9 rebirths. Well, thanks, game. Thanks, game. Okay, that's legacy points, bewitched. Hang on, I want to look at the Taiwupedia. 9 cycles of rebirth. Did that not take us there? That's ordeals. That's abyss mode. I want that one. If a character is reincarnated 9 times, they will obtain a trait, 9 rebirths, based on their combined reputation of all characters of the previous 9 lives. Having spent more past lives with a reputation above obscure grants you virtuous or misdeed. If the number of past lives outweigh. So we could get these. An extra chi art slot would be very powerful. Great fortune, okay. On the bottom. What else about being on the bottom? All right, let's see what this does. If we literally would have to play through the game again, Babel does not have time to play through the game again. If we still have, like, fix things and go to the future, I could. How should this be understood? So difficult to solve. Difficult to solve. While talking, Ru suddenly hears a faint murmuring. Follow the sound. As if the murmur sound comes out from under a tree, Ru gets closer, sees a person sitting on the tree pondering deeply. Various sundries scattered about. How suspicious. It's other Ru. Looking closer, the person is multitasking, playing chess, sometimes playing the Guquin, sometimes flipping through a book. But unfortunately, the person's hair is disheveled and their head's lowered. So you cannot make out the person's face or expression, not knowing whether the person is insane, obsessed, or just indifferent to the surroundings. Sir, if you're interested, come over and we can discuss this further. Ru thinks to herself, after looking at their posture, they seem to have real talent. Try discussing fine arts. We gain a lot of insight. With my heart still in play, the game's not over. Perhaps we'll meet again. All I can say is I write this level. At that moment, Rue hears a sigh. In that instant, everything before her disappears. An illusion vanishing, leaving her still sitting under the tree, with sundries scattered around. While the person she was talking to suddenly has disappeared without a trace. You once again enter the game. Okay, same thing. Inheritance is not ended on this day. While it is an admiral, its feelings are pitiful, should continue to work hard and finish the game. Perhaps Rue's lost in thought. The person quietly handed the letter and left. I hope I meet your expectations. We gained some insights, sect insight. Okay. Somebody asked what my abilities are. We're back to what we started the game with. This was Dune starting stuff, down to the Wu Dang sword. Most people will load a save. Normally I wouldn't do that, but I don't have time to play through the game again. We might do that. Can I get here without setting the month? Yes. What do you do? Follow the sound. It turns out the cry came from a spot. Just think the hours of playtime for the price. I suppose so, Chad. That is brutal. That was 150-ish hour playthrough, and then they're like, well, here's an encounter that didn't have any telegraphing of what it was gonna do. I guess you'll have to redo the game. I was hoping this was gonna be a cool dream sequence that we were gonna wake up from, but I don't think this is a dream that we wake up from. What extraordinary martial arts are they using? It's hard to look, but not hard to look. Hide and conceal. We'll spend some willpower. Hold their breath. We see martial arts. How amazing. Our inheritance has not gone away. Meet my expectations. We practice the abilities. It seems the difference is in personal understanding. Yeah, I agree, Harrower. Or it should have just been like right before we got to the point of no return or something. Mention that. Think this through carefully. Okay, we did get our arts back, but here's the thing. Okay, let me straight up ask. Has anyone played through like this? Is this gonna like time warp us forward and then we're okay? Because otherwise, I think we might be sadly at the end of the journey. That Taiwu failed, and we're back in the circle of reincarnation. Okay, save me, save me. Okay, that was close. Throw away the travel bag. We'll jump in and get it. Save the person's request and get the travel bag first. We get it. Taiwu travel bag handed over. You please cherish. I hope this has met your expectations. Change into the clothes. Hey, we got our duck back. This is destiny of the world. No idea, says people. Oh man, we're over time too. All right, let's rebuild the temple and see if that does something different. Maybe people are coming here to seek refuge. Yeah, this is all the stuff from the beginning of the game. Hold on. I'm going to delegate it to the memory of my dream. I made up my mind. Looking at the craftsmanship. Feels like I'm still dreaming. Countered extraordinary group. I hope Taiwu will be ultimately peaceful. This is good. Tool. Okay, we're getting like all the stuff. Okay, so you can basically get your stuff back, but we literally would have to go through the story again. You didn't get any martial... We did get martial arts back. We have our stuff here. What do we run on our loadout? We don't have aspirations. I think that was our ending, guys. That's kind of a crap ending. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not like that design at all. I feel swindled. I feel swindled by that. I'm not sure we could have beaten it if we had the reincarnations, but that definitely would have helped. Looks like you only got back what you had equipped. That would make sense. Yeah, and we're back down to 40 here. Yeah, I am willing to see that. I literally have never save scummed in this one. We have a save because we did the month here. Let's return to title. Is there a way to load a previous save? People have told me there is, but I've literally never had a need to do it. Unfurl this. Delete, restore file. Okay, so restore file. So the last save we had before now is all the way back at 1240. Let's see what that was. Okay, remember 1240 for me. Okay, so you do get some backup saves. Yeah, because that's the time right now. But the thing is, are we at a point where I can change anything that will matter, I guess is the question. Okay, that's everyone dying. I'm gonna say yes, because I could just not go to the demon sealing light. Oh no, the world is closed. Okay, Haas, you said that there was an aspiration that could turn off his ability. Which one is it? I'm willing to struggle and do the fight a couple times if it's reasonable that we have a chance. If we can't change anything, if he'll poise attack me, we could get through there. What profession is it though? I don't even know what I'm looking for, Haas. The monk level 4. Monk level 4. Which one's the monk? Taoist or Buddhist? So final tribulation. When the tribulation is actively used, tribulations are triggered. Wandering monk. Tier 1. The answer is no. Beyond bounds. Kings and emperors have spent entire lifetimes chasing immortality and failed. We grow older slower? Destiny Altair. Oh, either way, we don't have it. One up? Oh. Okay, well, we don't have that either. Divine Radiance grants immunity to the effects of Wicked. Some of that would turn him off. Alright, but I don't think we even have a save that would allow us to get out of this. Because it did warn us we were in the final run. So I can't complain about that. Let me see what our last save is. I'm still willing to give him another try to fight, but I'm not sure that we are going to be able to change that. So we would want to unfurl scroll, load here. That's an hour into stream right here. And the next one's immediately after it. So let's see what we have. Well, the ending that we got was that we died to Zongshu. That would have actually been a better, I think, if you died, Nuwa just reincarnates you. You get to put your points in and get 1 reincarnation tick. So you can just keep trying to fight until you get up to 9 reincarnations. All right, where are we at? We can travel here. Okay. What do we need to do to get Wandering Monk up higher? I am willing to keep working on it because I'm willing to do that. So what do we gain XP from this? When you gain local or sect insight, would you gain insights from the Western region? When you use guiding to goodness to change someone's mindset, visit a temple to gain seniority, win Buddhist debates. Okay. Wear Wandering Monk clothes. I don't think we have any Wandering Monk clothes. Where do you get some, Night Ray? Okay, so we have the ability to give that another go. Okay. All right, well, I think we're going to be back tomorrow. we can craft. Okay, let's go over to the village here. Okay, so this is at the point where Zoo is finding that. Can I actually travel? This isn't actually locked, is it? No. Okay, I can travel. All right, I'm willing to do that. I'll do that off stream. I'll grind that up. So you said I can craft it. I assume that must be clothes. Do you remember what it happens to be called? Clothing. It's definitely not going to be general. Small amount of imminent monk. Is imminent monk that? Is yes saying that that is the correct one? Doctor. Nothing. Martial artist. Imminent monk and wandering monk are different. Okay. Here we are. Here it is. Tier 6 faded monk robes. All right. Can we make you? And the answer is yes. Do it. Okay, we want mounts. Replace. Faded monk robes. So that'll give us a little bit of monthly. What are the other ways that we can gain? I mean, I have to grind this off stream, and I have a ways to go here. So gain local or sect insight. So I walk somewhere and I'm going to talk to people about insights. Okay, I can do that. I could go do some Buddhist debates. That's fine too. Pursue of the Dharma. All right, so we're going to get this skill. Grants immunities to effect of wicked, evil, sinister, demonic, calamitous, vengeful, faceless, reaper, soul taker, and phenomena core. That's what we were on, wasn't it? Was the phenomena core? Go to the sects and ask for insights. Okay. Let me ask another spoiler since I'm going to have to set myself up for some grinding. Is there a skill that works similar to soul absorption, but for physical damage? When we unlock the second skill, we can spam the skill. Okay. Yeah, I'll set us up for tomorrow. I really thought we were going to make it. I really did. Is the phenomena core. Okay. I don't know if that's going to actually finish us, though. What was the other one in here? I think it's the one that does... Is it this guy right here? Does this count as a reincarnation or something? I don't want to just die 5 more times. Nay or Snowsky. I don't think either one's here today, unfortunately. Okay, so I need to get the old wandering monk leveled up. All right. Okay, well, what an awkward one. I'm gonna run a month here and make a save, I suppose. Oh man, but we are before the Immortal Zhu opens the thing to the other world, which I'm gonna have to do this before that. We're on rails once that happens. Okay, we got the ending where we died, Shinosuke. So I'm gonna grind up between now and next stream the aspiration for Wandering Monk, which cancels out the Phenomena Core. Is there a skill that I could get that works similarly to Soul Absorption, but reflects wounds? The other land, yeah, you know, what I mean is tomorrow we're gonna have to go through that story. It'll be fast because we'll just zoom through it, but... what I mean is, like, we're gonna start stream tomorrow, hopefully with me being ready, and then we're gonna have to go through that entire montage. Although I'm not gonna reread things we read, so it'll be a lot quicker. Okay. All right. I'm gonna roll a month here so that we get a save. Yes. I'm gonna be really annoyed. I do not like that ending design at all. That is blindsiding a player with info there's no way they could have had. I hate things like that. I like the story, but man, those mechanics are not Babbel's fan. Okay, if anyone has any suggestions of little tweaks, I'm not looking to fully revamp at the moment. Post them as a comment on the VOD, and I will read those throughout today, and we will hopefully be able to finish it tomorrow. I would like to see a real ending. You die and have to play through the entire game again is pretty nasty. That end was better than yours? Oh, geez. Wow. That's rough. Geez, Louise, that was a terrible end and yours was worse? Ouch. Okay. If you enjoyed my pain and suffering, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It'll give me hope for tomorrow. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. Beyond that, I will be back in a little while. We're gonna be maybe finishing up Dragon Sword this evening. So hopefully that one goes a little smoother than this one did. And we'll be back tomorrow morning with more Sword of Taiwu. I will grind up what I can do here. I may fix or add things to the build. We will see. Were you so evil? I guess that's true, Gray. We did not get booted from reincarnation, so that is a bonus. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get some food and rest up, and we will be back tomorrow. Were you ally with him on the true ending? Yeah, we're definitely not going to get that. All right. Have a good one, guys. I will hopefully see you for what I hope will be the finale tomorrow. I thought we were going to have it today, but tomorrow it is. All right. Babble out.